Welcome and thank you to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting. This is 9 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th, 2025. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Little patriotic moment after our Memorial Day weekend, so thank you very much. At this time is citizen input. We do have a request to speak from Mr. Carl Shoemaker. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, I'm Carl Shoemaker. I live in Bend. Tariffs in American History, John Steele Gordon, author, An Empire of Wealth, The Epic History of American Economic Power. Lecture delivered in Washington, D.C. on May 6, 2025, delivered in the Heritage Foundation's Van Andel Gabby Center. Tariffs are among the oldest of taxes for the simple reason that they are easy to collect. Just send in the tax collectors and don't let the goods being transported move until the duty has been paid. Being one of the earliest forms of taxation, it is not surprising that tariffs produce one of the earliest forms of tax evasion, smuggling. The American colonists evaded British tariffs on a grand scale. John Steele Gordon, educated at Millbrook School and Vanderbilt University, articles, Forbes, National Review, commentary, the New York Times, and the Wall Street Journal. Currently writes the From the Vault column for the American Bankers Association's Banking Journal, author of Hamilton's Blessing, The Extraordinary Life and Times of Our National Debt, The Great Game, The Emergency of Wall Street as a World Power, and An Empire of Wealth, The Epic History of American Economic Power. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl, too, for your service.
So this is citizen input. Is anyone else in the room? Is there anyone online? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the consent agenda.
Oh, I just would love to make a comment. This afternoon at 4 p.m., they're dedicating at COCC in honor of Robert Maxwell, Medal of Honor recipient. And I had the distinction, quite randomly, of placing his flag in downtown Bend Monday morning at 7 a.m. when all the flags were put out all the way to the courthouse. Anyway, it is this afternoon at 4 p.m. and I believe they're bringing a Chinook in and we'll be landing on the field and everything for this dedication ceremony. So someone that, served our country and served our community.
Thank you very much. At this time, consent agenda. Item number 2 was notified that it's just not ready at this time. So that's a relationship, Sheriff's Office services for the city of La Pine.
Move approval of the consent agenda minus item 2.
Second?
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Adair.
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Item number 8, public hearing, consideration of extending Deschutes County Rural Renewable Energy Development Zone. So this is a public hearing on the matter. We have brought this in front of us previously as a discussion item, understanding the big picture. My understanding is, some of these solar projects can be high dollar, but a renewable energy zone has been in place, and this is a request to extend it.
Bless you.
Yeah, just an introduction on the topic, please. Yeah.
So I'd like to introduce Kelsey Lucas, and I'm Patricia Lucas. She covers Crook County for EDCO, and I cover the Sun River La Pine Economic Development Program. We're here today requesting that the County Commission consider extending the term of the Rural Renewable Energy Development Zone. We have notified all the taxing units via mail and email about this, and it was also published on the county's website. The zone offers a tax incentive to encourage new investments in renewable energy. The incentive is a 100% exemption from the property taxes normally assessed for the first 3 to 5 years of project operation. The program allows an initial 3-year exemption that may be extended for up to an additional 2 years through agreement with a local government sponsor. The total amount of property among one or more projects that can qualify is subject to a locally set cap within each zone that cannot exceed $250 million in market value, with each project valued based on its real market value on the assessment date of the first year of the exemption is applied. Eligible investments must harness wind, geothermal, solar, biomass, or other unconventional forms of energy to generate electricity, or produce, distribute, or store any of a wide variety of biofuels. The area within Deschutes County that is eligible for this is all of the county except for the urban growth boundary of Bend and Redmond. The original zone was put in place and approved by the county commission December 15th, 2014. It's set to expire this year, June 30th of 25. If renewed, the expiration date will be June 30th, 2036. We're here to answer any questions you have. We would like to request that you consider extending the term of the zone.
Great, thank you very much. So this is a public hearing on the matter, and I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on the matter of the Rural Renewable Energy Development Zone? Is there anyone online? So at this time, I'll close the public hearing on the matter. Thank you very much for the follow-up. I saw emails going back and forth. The one district asking about the value of this or what might happen. My understanding is the land itself will basically be taxed as nominal. It won't really change it, but it is that capital that goes on the ground will be available for this development zone credit for the terms as specified. Any other thoughts?
I believe you said last time that actually no one had used this.
It has not been used to date.
Right.
For alternative energy projects poking around, and especially in South Deschutes County. I know in Crook County, there's a project that's currently underway, not for this program, but another alternative energy.
Oh, good. Great. Well, to make things, what is the word, friendlier for business, this is one of them.
This
Commissioner-
incentive would help a developer to decide to do this.
Mhm.
And again, once it expires, it goes back on the ad valorem tax roll, so they pay full taxes.
Commissioner Chang.
Yeah. We give tax abatement to things that are really important to us. And I would say generation of more electricity in this region is really important to us. And, I especially appreciate the generation of clean energy. I want to thank EDCO for doing the homework to help us understand some of the other ways that projects receive tax abatement in the area, how a SIP works, how the pilot program works, how they're different from the Rural Renewable Energy Development Zone. My only lingering concern was about this was whether there were going to be taxing districts that showed up and expressed concern about giving away their tax dollars. But since there's no one here, I tracked the fire district questions about how this would work as well. Since there's no one here, I'll assume that means that everyone thinks that what we get for this tax abatement is worth providing it. Unless, I guess I should ask. So, Patricia, you said that there was notification to all the taxing districts. Can you just kind of walk us through what that looked like?
So the county assessor, Scott, provided us with a list of all of the taxing units in Deschutes County. I believe there were 65 on that list.
Mhm.
Instead of deciding which ones were in the urban growth boundary and which ones weren't in Bend and Redmond, we just decided we would notify all of them.
Mm.
Because especially in the case of Redmond, we were informed that the city owns some land outside the city limits. So we thought we're just going to notify everyone. So they were notified via mail and email about the hearing. I don't know if you want me to read the notice, but they were provided notice about what the county commission would be acting upon at the public hearing or considering.
And I mean, clearly they received it because we got, we got questions from one taxing district.
Yeah, and I think it was just clarifying what the program does, which it doesn't change any of their current taxes they're getting because they're getting the taxes on the land, which would continue. It would just provide future additional taxes for those districts. So
Right. And you're making the argument that this project wouldn't happen without this tax relief. And then at the expiration of the, of the tax relief, then, the full value of the project will go on the tax rolls. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any further questions. Again, thank you for walking us through this process. And, I'm glad that all of the affected taxing districts have had an opportunity to engage and weigh in on this.
So I see the assessor is here. Do you have anything you want to share or thoughts or anything on the record? Just here for questions. Just here for questions. Okay. Thank
We're
you
here
very
for
much.
answers.
Well, so this has been a public hearing on the matter and a little bit of discussion. As I say, we have brought this previously just to understand the ask. At this time, if we're ready, there is a resolution to extend.
I just have one other question. Patricia, were those 65 districts all on the original application? Because that was in our packet from March. I'm just wondering. I mean, was anyone added after, from what is it, 2014?
I can only tell you that the assessor gave us the current list, so I don't know what
Okay,
the list from 11 years ago.
no, I just was wondering. I was thinking it probably didn't change.
There, if anything, probably there would be more.
Right. Okay, thank you. As long as they all were notified.
We are very confident.
Thank you. So you need a motion?
If we're ready.
Okay, recommending, we've closed the public hearing officially. Okay. Approving resolution number 2025-027, extending the Deschutes County Rural Renewable Energy Development Zone to expire on June 30th, 2036.
Second.
Any other discussion? I will just acknowledge that we have heard about projects in the state of Oregon, Jefferson County, Crook County, and Lake County. So they're kind of around Deschutes County. So it'd be interesting if somebody decided to come here and do a project like this. But I do support the fact that we're extending this opportunity to see if we can get this kind of, and jobs are available, capital will be put on the ground, all kinds of big things. So calling for the vote, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
So one other note, I did get notified just before the meeting about item number 20, the last item on the agenda. They're just requesting that they be postponed for now. So this is Western River Conservancy request for letter of support. So that was a direct notification from Mr. Matthews to myself right before the board meeting.
Isn't that letter due, like, soon?
As I say, that was his request.
I know.
Here you go.
Okay.
Who is Alex? Got it.
Western River Conservancy. Okay, item number 9, public hearing, clear and objective text, housing text amendments regarding Title 17. Thank you very much. This is the time and place set for hearing on file number 247-25110-TA concerning amendments establishing clear and objective housing development standards as mandated by House Bill 3197. Staff will outline the hearing procedure that will be followed.
Thank you, Chair. And if I could just be promoted to a panelist, I just have a brief presentation to present. For the record, Tarek Rawlings, Senior Transportation Planner with the Community Development Department and the County Road Department. We have several folks sort of from the internal team that's also present. We have two folks from our consultant team, MIG, Matt Hasty and Kate Rogers are going to be online and available. We have Cody Smith from the road department in the audience, legal counsel, and then our planning manager. So if there's any questions that come up, feel free to ask any of us.
Probably pull the mic a little closer for
Sure.
everybody.
Sorry about that. And I'm just going to share my screen here real quickly. Thank you, Chair. As stated, today is a clear and objective housing text amendment public hearing for Title 17 of the Deschutes County Code. This is file number 247-25110-TA. The project website and full record are found at the following link, which is bit.ly/Deschutes Clear and Objective Title 17. Today, the Board of County Commissioners will take testimony and receive written evidence concerning the proposed text amendments. The hearing is also being recorded. The hearing will be conducted in the following order. Staff, as the applicant, will provide a brief presentation first, and then agencies, if present, will provide testimony. Then interested persons can provide testimony. Following testimony, the board can request staff to answer any additional questions. This is a hybrid public hearing with both in-person and remote participation. Before starting your testimony, please provide your first and last name as well as your mailing address so we can add you to the notification list. For our in-person participants, if you wish to testify, please fill out a blue sign-up sheet and submit it to the board's executive assistant, Brenda, to the left of the dais. The chair will call up in-person participants for their testimony. After your name is called, please come up to one of the tables at the front of the room before beginning your testimony. For our remote participants, if you wish to testify, you must be logged into Zoom or have called in using the Zoom dial-in option. When the chair asks if anyone would like to testify, you will need to use the raise hand feature to notify the board. To do this, you need to press the raise hand button on your computer or smart device, or if you called in, dial *9. In addition to oral testimony, if anyone has written testimony to submit, please hand it to me. And if you're participating remotely, you can submit your written testimony via email to me at tarek.rawlings@deschutes.org, which is shown on the screen here. The chair and staff are responsible for conducting an orderly hearing. Any testimony or behavior which is inappropriate will be addressed and may result in that member of the public being removed from the hearing. Questions to and from the chair may be entertained at any time at the chair's discretion. Cross-examination of people testifying will not be allowed. However, if any person wishes to ask a question of another person during that person's testimony, please direct your question to the chair after being recognized. The chair is free to decide whether or not to ask such questions of the person testifying. Prior to commencement of the hearing, any party may challenge the qualifications of any commissioner or for conflict of interest. This challenge must be documented with specific reasons supported by facts. Should any commissioner be challenged, the member may disqualify himself or herself, withdraw from the hearing, or make a statement on the record of their capacity to hear and decide this issue.
So this is a legislative matter for all properties in Deschutes County. But for our procedure, does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
And I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
And I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner, a member of this hearings body, based on conflicts of interest? Is there anyone online with a raised hand? Seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report on the topic.
Thank you very much, Chair Commissioner. We'll begin with a little background and overview. Some of this may be a bit of a repeat from the first module that went to Title 18 definitions. We'll try to go briefly. But beginning in 2017, the Oregon State Legislature introduced a series of bills that encouraged efforts to expand the supply of housing. These bills modified ORS 197-307 by limiting local governments to clear and objective standards, conditions, and procedures regulating the development of housing, including needed housing, and requiring that any adopted standards may not have the effect of discouraging needed housing through unreasonable cost or delay. Initially, this applied to only incorporated cities with acknowledged urban growth boundaries, or UGBs. But then in 2023, House Bill 3197 additionally clarified that those standards also applied to the areas outside of UGBs, including unincorporated communities that have been designated in the county's comp plan, non-resource lands, and areas zoned rural residential in the county. So the requirements of House Bill 3197 become effective on July 1st. So at the end of, pretty shortly, within about a month. And specifically as it applies to housing development outside of the resource zone properties in the county, any discretionary language that exists in code after July 1st can be challenged by applicants unless a clear and objective path is also provided in code. Clear and objective standards use terms, definitions, measurements, and procedures that provide for consistent interpretation so that there's no need or ability for the reviewer to exercise any discretion in the application of the standard. So using or avoiding terms like compatible or adequate, as an example. There are a variety of approaches that can be used to craft clear and objective standards. True and false standards can be used to evaluate whether proposed development has satisfied a certain objective criterion, such as true or false, whether a structure is on a lot or parcel within a rural residential zone. Counts and measurements are typically based on a minimum value, maximum value, or an acceptable range of values. As an example, a minimum of requiring 2 points of access for emergency vehicles. Lists and menus provide flexibility for applicants to meet a standard by choosing among several options, and these lists can specify a range of acceptable options, so any of the following sort of in a list, or can require a selection of a minimum number of those elements by requiring, for instance, at least 2 of the 5 options. The statute allows local governments to offer a discretionary review path as an optional alternative to the clear and objective standards that are required. And this provides additional flexibility for applicants that cannot or choose not to follow the clear and objective path. So following kind of in the footsteps of the first module here, there's additional areas of the code language that affect development of housing that are not currently compliant with that clear and objective requirement and those thresholds for those terms. Following the first module, we've broken apart these areas of code into distinct packages to address each issue. It gives the opportunity for the decision makers to review the proposed changes in a more structured way and really to have it more digestible for public review as well. This is the Second Amendment package that deals with Title 17, which is our subdivisions ordinance. And again, these are provisions specific to housing and housing development, and as well as within Title 17, certain lot configuration standards for land divisions. Generally, staff has preserved all existing uses within the code while modifying or clarifying language which does not meet clear and objective standards. Any policy decisions regarding which uses should or should not be allowed in given areas have not been attempted through these packages. The general approach is to retain existing regulations where possible, and then in many sections with discretionary language, we've proposed a quote-unquote 2-track system, 1 track being the discretionary existing language that's being retained, and then the other is a clear and objective added language or modified language, which provides the option really for both paths to be used for a given proposal. These specific amendments, which again is for the subdivision ordinance of Title 17, which relates to subdivisions and partitions. Those are the types of land divisions that it reviews. The specific sections within Title 17 that are subject to this amendment package are land division platting and plan requirements for those plats, lot design, access layout, including road frontage, sidewalks, and bicycles, park development, and road dedications. To address these issues, we proposed amendments to various Title 17 provisions under the following methodology. The first being that where existing provisions include subjective language, we've included alternative clear and objective provisions or a second review track that we previously discussed, allowing the applicant to select under which set of the standards they'd like a proposal to be reviewed. As another component of our methodology, if an existing or newly included provision, procedure, or term is outlined in Oregon revised statute or state law, that language has been adopted verbatim or by reference. This is very similar to the definitions module that was just reviewed. This is acknowledging that some other state statutes may supersede the requirements for clear and objective standards, even if those statutes include some discretionary language. So the incorporation by reference or verbatim is how we approach that. If an existing provision has subjective language, for instance, adequate or designed for, as different discretionary terms, that could be replaced with measurable quantitative standards that achieve equivalent outcomes, then those new measurable standards have been proposed in place of that subjective language. Acknowledging substantial differences in the content and applicability of Titles 17 and 18, we've incorporated the clear and objective definitions from Module 1. For instance, the terms abutting or abut and then building have been incorporated into Title 17's definitions section. If an existing provision has criteria which could reasonably be interpreted in multiple ways, for example, how to provide for future re-subdivision after a land division, either new language has been adopted to further clarify the provisions, or explicit directions on how to interpret the standards have been included as alternative provisions. Many of the road development standards have been removed from Title 17 and added to Title 12, which is the roads, sidewalks, and public places title, as these standards are dictated by external requirements for engineering, utilities, and surveying. It's more appropriate within that Title 12 header of roads, sidewalks, and public places. Certain provisions within the existing code have been subject to numerous interpretive challenges for staff and applicants over many years. For instance, why are road development standards included in a land division title? And how are these standards applied when a subdivision or a land division is not proposed? While Title 12 is not subject to the same legislative review and approval process as Title 17, any feedback that we receive from the Planning Commission and the board has been simultaneously reviewed with Title 12 and 17, and they'll align really at the final adoption phase is the idea there. The next several slides are some examples of the amendments and what we've worked on, again, with a pretty large internal team of the consultant, current and long-range planning, legal counsel, the county surveyor, and the road department staff. And if they're available, I was going to hand off some of these slides to our consultant team. There's Matt Hasty and I believe Kate Rogers online. And so if either of them are available to introduce some of these examples. The first one starting here is our tentative subdivision plan approval criteria, which was some amended language in 17, 16, 100. I don't know if Matt's, he's coming online now. There we go. Perfect.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I see Kate is here as well. But I can go ahead and kind of talk about a couple of these, and then Kate wants to jump in. I will be happy to have her do that. So this is an example related to the tentative subdivision plan approval criteria. Current criteria says that the subdivision will not create excessive demand on public services or facilities and services, and utilities are required to serve the development. So that's not clear and objective language, that's discretionary language. The clear and objective solution would be to say that the development will need to provide written confirmation from service providers that the development can be adequately served. So that's a clear and objective way to basically require the same thing or ensure the same objective there. Let's see, this one is somewhat similar. So this is the proposed, well, this is basically the language that's provided, abbreviated language that's provided. So the tentative plan for the proposed subdivision shall demonstrate adequate provision of services through submittal of. So this is kind of clarifying what those letters need to look like. So will serve letter from the water supply district, or written confirmation from Oregon Water Resources Department that water can be supplied. Similarly, written statement from a professional engineer that the plan will comply with the Central Oregon Stormwater Manual. So you're showing that you can ensure that stormwater management can be provided. And then similarly, we'll serve a letter from the Oregon State Fire Marshal or Responding Fire Protection District that the area can be, that fire protection services can be provided. So, and then there's others related to other services. So again, that's sort of the one of those examples of how to deal with this in a clear and objective way.
Can I ask a question about this? So in that example, to address the existing criteria, is this what we would be doing anyway? You know, asking these entities for will-serve letters and letters of confirmation?
In some ways, there's, unwritten internal processes that do require, outreach that are based on, years and years of just kind of best practices that are not enumerated in code. And so that's more or less correct, is that we're trying to enumerate and provide a detailed list of something that may not have been explicitly written before. But short answer is yes, there is some extent of agency coordination and outreach, but that this is really an attempt to provide more detail and a clear and objective list of those requirements.
Okay, thank you.
And Matt, I can take over if you would like me to.
Sure. Go for it.
All right, thanks. Good morning. So this is another example. This is from the future re-subdivision section. So the existing criterion is that when there's a large tract of land that's divided into larger size parcels, so of an acre or more, the hearings body may require an arrangement of lots or parcels. So this is the discretionary kind of key phrase. The hearings body may require an arrangement of lots or parcels and streets such as to permit future re-subdivision in conformity to the street requirements and other requirements contained in Title 17. So kind of a vague reference to street and other requirements. And again, this sort of discretionary may require, those are the issues there. So basically the solution here is to sort of rely on the county's objective existing standards for lot, block, and street design, and kind of require the applicant to demonstrate that those larger lots could still be further divided in the future. So the next slide shows, I think, the more specific proposed language, and this is an abbreviated version because this is a longer standard. So trying to get a little bit more specific about those larger parcels. So where the parcels are greater than or equal to 2 times the minimum lot size, the applicant shall demonstrate that those parcels could be further divided or replatted to create lots or parcels that conform to the size and dimension standards in Title 18 through 21 and facilitate streets and blocks in conformance with these specific standards. So kind of pointing to the more specific provisions that would apply to the lot and block and street design. And again, getting a little bit more specific about the conditions that would need to be met. All right, yeah.
All right, another question. So in this example, could this new clear and objective standard produce a requirement that people demonstrate that their parcel could be subdivided, even if they have no intention to do that and they wouldn't otherwise have had to demonstrate that?
Right. It comes from this from a specific land division proposal, and so this would only really come up if a land division was being the subject of a development proposal. But this is a lot of trying to provide access and connectivity to other parcels that might be large enough to be broken into smaller pieces. It's kind of an attempt to avoid landlocked parcels is really how I think the original intent of that code was drafted.
Yeah, I'm following. I just, if someone is only interested or concerned about, a first order subdivision and, making sure they have access, this is essentially requiring them to think about a potential second order subdivision, further subdivision, and demonstrate that that's possible.
Correct. In some ways, this is one of the areas that has been challenged and had interpretive challenges over the years. So again, without making huge policy choices to shift things only to the subject property or avoid things that are outside of that scope. I think it's really an exercise in just providing a clarity of terms. So that's really what this drafted clear and objective option came from in terms of the language of it. But in terms of the actual policy and the purpose of it, we haven't really dove into changing that inherently. So that might be exactly what happens is that, yes, if there's a strict following of this provision, you are looking at future phases of potential land division, might not be within your first phase or your initial proposal even. But again, that's something that was already in the existing code, and we're just trying to provide clarity of terms and really enumerate things that provide some sort of a straightforward process.
And just to add to that response a little bit, I think partially this recognizes that those lots that are created, those larger lots, could be sold to, other property owners, and they may want to, further divide those parcels to the county's, minimum lot size standards. So this is just ensuring that the way they divide those lots wouldn't preclude that future land division to sort of the maximum density that would be allowed. And this might be more relevant in sort of the more urbanized parts of the county, more so than the really rural parts.
And this burden is only applied to people who come in for a first order subdivision in the first place, not everybody.
Correct.
Okay.
And then this third example relates to fire hazards. So the key here is whenever possible. So obviously that's a discretionary term or phrase. A minimum of 2 points of access to the subdivision or partition shall be provided to provide assured access for emergency vehicles and to ease resident evacuation. So the clear and objective solution here is just to remove that phrase whenever possible and just require that minimum of 2 points of access to the subdivision, but then allow to sort of preserve the flexibility that's in the current code by allowing, a different approach, maybe, just 1 point of access if it's not possible to provide the 2 points of access, but only allow that through the discretionary track. So on the next slide, this is the proposed language. So just kind of removing that phrase and saying a minimum of 2 points of access to the subdivision or partition shall be provided. And then this is the clear and objective criterion. The discretionary criterion kind of retains the existing language. So, and just kind of clarifies that, hey, this flexibility is still there, it's still in the code, but making it very clear that that's only through the discretionary track.
All right, thank you so much, Kate and Matt. And with that, I think we'll just kind of move through the final parts of the presentation here. Regarding any kind of agency public comment, to date, there have been no agency comments received. We've received a handful of public comments, and I've summarized, they're provided in a little more detail, the summary in the memo here, but just for high level purposes, we've broken these into sort of categories of the themes of some of those public comments. The first being a focus on details. There's some public comments that, saying that proposed amendments in this package may impose actually stricter standards than a current code, and that could potentially hinder rural housing development. And we've really valued all this public engagement. We've refined several of these different pieces throughout the planning commission process and through just the public outreach, ensuring that those kind of rare or just, non-standard development options are preserved, as well as any of the flexibility for the discretionary options, which kind of brings to the next point, the need for flexibility. Really focused on any time that there was not a two-path format provided. We've tried to, again, retain that discretionary flexibility and provide this clear and objective standard to put it into compliance with state law. There's infrastructure and access issues that have been highlighted, often through specific development cases in the past. There's some objections to applying urban style infrastructure and access requirements to rural or minor developments in the existing code. And then there's several angles of comment based on process and policy boundaries. Some comments urging the county to stay policy neutral and focus amendments strictly on complying with this ORS 197A, and then others encouraging the discussion of policy choices and larger discussions and taking advantage of this text amendment process. The Planning Commission process early in the spring highlighted there's quite a bit of overlap with some of these concerns. And again, we've incorporated several of these pieces here for the updated version of the amendments that are in your package today. The need for flexibility was again highlighted, emphasizing the need to preserve discretionary options and pathways alongside those proposed clear and objective standards. In particular, focus was put on road frontage and future street extension provisions within Title 17, and those are highlighted in your memo with a little more detail. There were several pieces of feedback related to minor to mid-level refinement. Kind of just fine tuning the actual language that was proposed. Some of those related on approval duration language, multi-use path requirements, fire and water source references, and then other Scrivener's errors that enhanced clarity of the actual amendments. And then again, similar to the road frontage piece from the public comments, the Planning Commission supported revisions to access standards and flagged private easement access as potentially a broader policy issue requiring future engagement with external stakeholders beyond this amendment cycle. But there was quite a bit of interest in thinking about other ways to structure the actual underlying policy of the road frontage code within Title 17. So that came out of the Planning Commission process. The future amendments, so these are the second of several code modifications that'll be proposed over the coming months. You have Goal 5's public hearing right after this, and there's potential that this is no longer the second of those modules, so it's not terribly important the number we put on them, but it's one of several within a package. The upcoming text amendments, what we just mentioned, was Goal 5 resources. So that's the landscape management combining zones, wildlife area combining zones, wetlands and riparian resources, at scenic resources and other similar resources, cluster and plan development standards, and then additional sections that are at all pertinent to the development of housing. And again, while these proposed amendments reflect best practices responsive to that state requirement, Title 17 is a living document, and we recognize the high possibility that we would have to come back and refine this to either further, other details of the code that need to be brought into state compliance, or just to refine the process, or have external amendments outside of even the scope of the state requirement here. Some next steps moving forward. The board may continue the hearing to a date and time certain, close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date certain, close the hearing and set a date for deliberations, or close the hearing and commence deliberations. And with that, I'm available for questions. My phone number and email address are provided on the screen here. And I'll stop sharing and take a seat, and we can move forward with the public hearing.
Thank you very much. Nick, please.
Chair, if I can just ask a quick question, just to clarify a question. You referenced additional changes to Title 12.
Right.
Are those coming separately? I just didn't see them under the future amendments. I didn't intend for Cody to come up. Great. I was just curious. You referenced those. Some standards are moving to Title 12, and I was
A
just
lot
curious.
of them are.
A lot of them are moving, and when might those be coming? And can these take effect without those taking effect to have the standards applied during any gap in time? I'm just curious. I just heard that in your presentation, and I didn't see it in the documents, which is helpful. Thank you.
For the record, Cody Smith, County Engineer. So I've submitted for an agenda item for next week for a work session regarding text amendments to Title 12. They don't just include the moving the road standards from Title 17 to 12. There's a whole host of other modernization updates to Title 12 that we're going to be proposing with that. So scheduling a work session with the board next Wednesday, public hearing for that tentatively for June 11th. I think the end game here was that deliberations and adoption would happen simultaneously.
Great. Thank you. I was just curious.
Thank you very much. At this time, this is a public hearing on the clear and objective housing text amendments regarding Title 17 named subdivisions. Is there anyone in the room to testify on this topic? Is there anyone on the remote? Okay, so it's pretty quiet on this topic today. So at this time, we'll close the public hearing. This is quite a little package here. I want to, thank the Planning Commission and staff for putting this together, the consultants. I know this is a statewide effort, the Oregon State Land Use System, clear and objective. So hopefully we're kind of learning from other jurisdictions that are going through this, finding the things that really resonate and work. I do support that we're not making policy decisions here to change the code. So yeah, I've just got all kinds of thoughts, but yeah, so closing the public hearing. Any other thoughts, Commissioner Chang?
Well, I'm, this is a whole lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, I'm not super impressed with how much this facilitates the development of housing, which was the intent of the of the legislation. Hearing a bunch of people say, the discretionary path was actually what working pretty well. And if you're going to make this clear and objective, we really hope that you'll maintain the discretionary pathway, because that's what we're probably going to end up using. Suggests to me that this was, this bill applied to counties was potentially, just a misguided policy approach. But it is what it is. It is past legislation. We're doing it, and we're a good chunk of the way through it, and so we'll see it through to the end.
Commissioner Dare?
Oh, I know. Reading the comments from a lot of attorneys that have looked at it really make me very nervous. Rand Campbell said, the proposed text amendments may actually impose more restrictive standards that could hinder housing development on rural and unincorporated land. So I saw that, and then I saw Daniel Robinson's comments, overly restrictive. The proposed language is overly restrictive in rural areas. And so that seemed to be a bit of a theme throughout those agency public comments section. And I'm just going like, oh my gosh, are we doing something that's going to make it even harder to build a house in Deschutes County? I mean, honestly and truly, sometimes the state gets these ideas and it's the unintended consequences. Like, we're trying to do something really well. Like, I noticed all these things were flipping to 12. Thank you, Cody, for being here today. I'm going, okay, where's 12 at? So if they're leaving 17, we've got to see them at some point. Anyway, Tarek, I'm glad you're behind this packet.
Of course. Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, and the other thing I think of, this is a moment where we're basically going through the county code with a, fine tooth comb, looking at this stuff without the intention of limiting. It's really just paralleling. But also, it's going to be career opportunities for Deschutes County planners for a long time. Some of the items that, just come up like we meant to get back to it, or is this what we really intended on doing here? Does it fit state law? So there'll be work items for follow-up for probably years here.
That's, if there's any sort of final note on that, I think we've really, saved and archived a lot of the really valuable feedback we've gotten from public comment, from the legal community. I think that if we were to open this up even further for things like road frontage or any other work items that we're interested outside of this amendment cycle or otherwise, then we have a lot of really good baseline information to start working from. So this has been really valuable just in that going through with a fine tooth comb has been really helpful, just looking at different ways to change it even outside of this project.
And then, one of the thoughts is, some of these aren't even exercised very much. We've kind of landed the big opportunities in the rural. I'm thinking of destination resorts and planned unit developments and subdivisions and the zoning. But we need to prepare for a day when maybe some big things change at the legislature too. So it matters for that next step. Because if we do want housing, yeah, there's just moving parts all around this. So are there any policy choices? Because that was the big discussion. So, we're kind of nobody's really here to get engaged, telling us the what for on something. It's a good memo on this, but are there any policy choices to be made? Or are we at a spot where we, could accept this package as it is, knowing that something might pop up out of it right away? But any other requests from the effort?
We've really tried very hard to put sideboards on any kind of policy choices that are suitable. The high level, any kind of public comment themes have been put into your memo for you. But I think the amendment package, especially what's included in the public hearing package and the work session, is reflective and has included some changes even based along the way from the planning commission and public. And so right now, this is, the most refined version we can get. And this is, again, based on a lot of feedback from a pretty large internal coordination group, as well as the public and planning commission. So,
Well, as I say, I think of, having outside consultants that are probably seeing this across other jurisdictions too, kind of helps us put the scope of this, what does it look like in the state of Oregon? So, and I was just wondering, are we going to dive in? Are there any items that to be brought up by the other commissioners?
I mean, the whole approach of the community development department has been to take the original rules and intent and just make it clear and objective. So there's no overreach, there's no underreach. It's just trying to convert something that, in some cases had discretion and flexibility into something that's clear and objective. So, it seems like they've done that with great diligence and so I don't have any concerns that there's hidden policy decisions in this set of clear and objective standards. I just don't necessarily think that the whole exercise is necessarily going to produce anything that's super valuable in terms of producing the housing that we need.
So with that, the public hearing has been open and closed. A little bit of discussion following. What's the intention of the board for follow-on? We could step to deliberations if we're ready.
Tarek actually recommended that we have a written record open for one more week, and according to the memo.
yeah, if requested. And,
Okay.
And
Well, I did notice that a couple of the people actually asked to request to continue the public hearing. This was in March, to allow further public review and input. We do need more housing. And I just want to make sure that we haven't really put more layers where people, they give up. When I hear about people that are doing a pole barn and it takes forever to get that bloody thing through our building department, I get very concerned.
Well, and I would just observe that, this effort is maybe, some of the horsepower of the whole organization right now. So if we get this thing done, then we can respond to the pole barn permit and kind of different folks, but still the whole throughput of the organization. So it may be more efficient to, accept this package today and then be able to move on.
That's very optimistic.
And it's
Just a way to view it.
Also very possible that, seeking more clear and objective standards for housing development in incorporated cities is more valuable than trying to do this in the unincorporated county. And so, I'm not tracking that. I don't know what that's produced. But, just because doing this exercise out in the county may not be super valuable, it doesn't mean that the entire effort to seek clear and objective standards that doesn't have some value somewhere.
Well,
Commissioners, thank you. Your planning manager, Will Groves. I thought it might be helpful to give a little context to the comments that we received from participants in front of the Planning Commission. They were responding to our initial draft of the document, and in many circumstances, they've, due to the huge number of edits, they found places where the changes that we had made had foreclosed options in the code unintentionally. Certainly each of us were looking at through our experience, decades of experience cumulatively in how these sections of code have been used. And sometimes the commenters said, hey, in this rare circumstance where somebody's coming off a BLM road, it actually got more restrictive. And we said, oh, you're right. And so in that point, we restored the discretionary path. So you're going to see a lot of things that came out of those comments are things that we've addressed. We agree the code's been updated to make sure to preserve all existing paths and not close any of them down. With regard to some of the other comments, those things represent more more are policy choices. So one of the things that came up was a question about division of land that doesn't have direct access to a road or right now, if you want to create a new parcel, you need to have access to a road or street as part a fee simple access, a flag lot, something like that gets you out to the road. Many jurisdictions in Oregon are willing to entertain access by easement as the basis of creation of new parcels to ensure that they're not landlocked. That was one of the comments that was brought up, repeatedly. And just to your point, that would be a policy question. So that's something that's not necessary to make clear objective or not. It's not currently allowed under the code. And there was a policy question that, came up in front of the Planning Commission that was, should we maybe fix this while we're in front of it? There are some parcels that could be divided, houses that could be created by this process. And in our communication with other jurisdictions, they said, when we've gone down this path, we've had problems with it. It turns out, or we generally like it, but you have to be careful because the surveyor needs something different than the recorder, needs something different than the future owner of the property. So you really have to get those rules right. And this process hasn't been built for that to date. It would be totally intelligible for the board as part of our work plan to say, hey, remember back from this, Title 17 process, it seemed like there was a lot of interest in easements. We know other jurisdictions do it. Maybe think about that for the work plan. So there was that, and also some of the road standards that came up in response to specific cases, change in the way those road standards work rather than a clarification of them. So I think that we've picked off all the places where we accidentally closed down lanes or opportunities because of, something that happened rarely or because we didn't identify the way code provisions work together. And I think what remains in terms of the public comments is primarily policy choices saying, Title 17 just should be different rather than have a parallel, clear, and objective path.
So as I say, I can see that big scenario. As I say, I haven't gone down each path in my head here, but that would put me at a spot where I support this package as it's presented, knowing that there'll be future work items that can come from this. If that's the will of, the board and the Planning Commission review. So are you ready to proceed with this? Sure. Anything else, Commissioner Adair?
I want to go to a comment made by Daniel Robinson from Schwabe Williamson and Wyatt. It was made on April 10th, 2025, a month and a half ago. And it said, before emphasizing the importance of aligning proposed amendments with the county's goal to increase housing supply, particularly where newly proposed standards are more stringent than existing code, which could hinder housing development. So are you saying then that you've actually looked at that and you really have any changes you've made are not to be more stringent?
That's correct. If you can think about I've sometimes used a hamburger metaphor for clear and objective and going here.
A what? Hamburger?
Hamburger metaphor.
Hey,
Let's go with it.
let's talk about In-N-Out and why are they not here? Yes.
In this case, there were circumstances where we didn't remember that sometimes people would want it with, they'd want a gluten-free bun with cheese. It's like, oh, okay. And so those commenters reminded us in particular about, I used the example of the forest of the BLM roads, that we had changed the standard, make it in some rare circumstances more restrictive to parcels that were being created off BLM roads. And we said, thank you, that wasn't the intent. And we put the other options back in. I'm going to turn to Tarek here in a moment and see if he concurs that for those questions that were not policy related, that the current package has adopted basically all those fixes, returning people to their making sure that the existing options are preserved.
That's correct. For any that were identified as just the single, the single standalone discretionary provision was just wholesale switched into a clear and objective piece. And that was often what was highlighted by Daniel Robinson and similar comments. We've restored now just the original unchanged discretionary language, put a title on it saying this is the discretionary general path. And then we've taken what was the standalone piece before and now broken it out as a second pathway. And that's in the package that's before you today.
So then it couldn't be more restrictive because the original path is still there.
And exactly, those comments are correct in that if it was just all changed into one path and it funneled you into one amended piece of language, then it would potentially be taking away that flexibility to use that original discretionary language. So we have tried to restore that two-path approach, really in any instance where we just modified the text into one provision.
Thank you for those words.
Of course.
So with that,
Write it down and sign it for me.
if we're set for, that's kind of our deliberations. If we're set, maybe we're proceeding today. Is there a motion? Or, yeah, so that with the intent of proceeding, which bring back the whole package.
Okay, so
Well, yeah, how,
is there a motion here?
There's no suggested motion here. It's
There's no
just
motion attached.
that, are we at a point where we should be?
We had anticipated that you would either leave the record open or close it, and we would come back for deliberations with a potential for a first reading by title only at a future date. If you wanted to make a motion, including deliberations today, you could, but we could very easily bring it back to you in the future as that part of that.
as I say, my only thought is we have more of these coming, and so if they're all stacked up, we'll maybe lose focus. But yeah, I mean, we could close deliberations and proceed for a final package to be accepted. So that would just,
There was also a recommendation to leave the written record open for a week. Is that
Till
correct?
June 4th, yes.
We had anticipated that there may have been more participation that required new participation, but that potentially required responses. And in that case, typically the record's left open. In this case, the prior request for the record to be extended was before the Planning Commission, and that was granted, and those responses were provided. So there's no request before you today to extend this written record, and staff had put that in proactively, assuming that we would have participation today that would be
Okay.
information that needed doing.
Got it. Okay.
so maybe a motion to close deliberations and proceed to a final package, which,
So moved.
I'll second.
okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And chair votes yes.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Commissioners. And we'll align with the adoption schedule of Title 12 as was noted before. So we'll be back before you later in June. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that was one or two of them today. So at this time, item number 10, public hearing, clear and objective housing text amendments for Goal 5, Title 18. Now the script. Thank you so much. This is the time and place set for hearing on file number 247-25171-TA concerning amendments establishing clear and objective housing development standards as mandated by House Bill 3197. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Tanya Saltzman, Senior Planner, just being promoted to panelist here for a second. I apologize, a lot of this is going to be very similar, but because it is a self-contained project and record, we do have to kind of go through all of the most fun parts of it, including the procedural things. So I'm just going to share my screen here and I'll try to go expeditiously. Right. The project website, excuse me, the project website and the full record can be found at the following link. That's bit.ly, Deschutes Clear and Objective Goal 5. Today, the Board of County Commissioners will take testimony and receive written evidence concerning the proposed text amendments. The hearing is also being recorded. The hearing will be conducted in the following order. Staff, as the applicant, will provide a brief presentation. Agencies, if present, will provide testimony. Then interested persons can provide testimony. Following testimony, the commission can request staff to answer any additional questions. This is a hybrid public hearing with both in-person and remote participation. Before starting your testimony, please provide your first and last name as well as your mailing address so that we can add you to the notification list. For our in-person participants, if you wish to testify, please fill out a blue sign-up sheet and submit it to the board's executive assistant to the left of the dais. The chair will call up in-person participants for their testimony. After your name is called, please come up to one of the tables at the front of the room before beginning your testimony. For our remote participants, if you wish to testify, you must be logged into Zoom or have called in using the Zoom dial-in option. When the chair asks if anyone would like to testify, you'll need to use the raise hand feature to notify the board. To do this, you need to press the raise hand button on your computer or smart device, or if you called in, dial *9. In addition to oral testimony, if anyone has written testimony to submit, please hand it to me. If you're participating remotely, you can submit any written testimony via email to me at tanya.saltzman@deschutes.org. Excuse me. This chair and staff are responsible for conducting an orderly hearing. Any testimony or behavior which is inappropriate will be addressed, and they may result in that member of the public being removed from the hearing. Questions to and from the chair may be entertained at any time at the chair's discretion. Cross-examination of people testifying will not be allowed. However, if any person wishes to ask a question of another person during that person's testimony, please direct your question to the chair after being recognized. The chair is free to decide whether or not to ask such questions of the person testifying. Prior to commencement of the hearing, any party may challenge the qualifications of any commissioner for conflict of interest. This challenge must be documented with specific reasons supported by facts. Should any commissioner be challenged, the member may disqualify him or herself, withdraw from the hearing, or make a statement on the record of their capacity to hear and decide this issue. Now to the chair. Sorry.
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner, a member of this hearings body, based on conflicts of interest? Anyone in the room? Anyone remote with a raised hand feature? Seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with the brief staff report.
Thank you. And I'll note also that just like with the Title 17 presentation prior, we have our consultants online, Kate and Matt from MIG. And I'll just note again that they've been really instrumental in creating these packages of text. It's a lot of work and they've been tremendous. So thanks in advance. And if they could be promoted to panelist, if they're not already, that would be great. A little bit of background, you might have heard this before. This is slightly abbreviated. The project is responsive to state law that will be effective July 1st, 2025. The goal is to support housing supply through limiting local governments to, quote, clear and objective standards for housing development. The overall text amendments avoid discretionary code language that may discourage needed housing through unnecessary cost or delay. Clear and objective standards use terms, definitions, measurements, and procedures that provide for consistent interpretation. In other words, avoiding terms such as compatible or adequate. And as we know, there's a lot of that sprinkled into our code currently. The statute also allows local governments to offer a discretionary review path as an optional alternative approach to the clear and objective standards. This provides a little bit of flexibility for people who cannot or don't want to follow that clear and objective path. They want to deviate a little bit, and we do still preserve that option. About the proposal and methodology of these amendments. This is the third amendment package as it stands today, following Module 1, which was the definitions, and Module 2, Title 17, which just occurred before me. This package addresses the provisions of Title 18 related to Goal 5 protections that affect housing and housing development. In general, Goal 5 pertains to natural resources, scenic and historic areas, and open spaces. Staff has preserved all existing uses within the code while modifying and clarifying language to that doesn't meet clear and objective standards. The general approach is to retain the existing regulations where possible, and then to create a two-track system. So the existing code language is generally discretionary, and then we've added amended language that have a clear and objective path. On to the amendments. Again, Goal 5 amendments. Goal 5 is a broad term that governs natural resources, scenic and historic areas, as well as open spaces. Historic areas are not addressed in these packages. They are addressed in separate areas of the code. This package includes several sections within Title 18. So the landscape management combining zones, wildlife area combining zone, sensitive bird and mammal habitat combining zone, rimrock setbacks, wetlands, fill and removal. There are a few parallel chapters in Title 19, which is another title in our code that addresses a slightly different geographic area, and those will be addressed at a later date once this larger package is kind of buttoned up and finalized. The amendment package also looks at cluster and plan developments because there is some overlap with Goal 5 there. This is important. The proposed amendments here do not alter the county's acknowledged Goal 5 inventories or impact areas. They provide a clear and objective path that maintains that same level of protection as the previously adopted discretionary process. So, and I mentioned this in the work session, but I'll mention it again. This is very different from when the board and staff went through the Goal 5 inventory update to the mule deer. That was looking at the inventory itself, looking at the shape of it, of the geographic area that it covered, and looking at the rules within that, what uses were allowed, were not allowed, just those base levels of protection. This is not that. This is kind of the opposite of that. This maintains the same level of protection that has already been acknowledged and through a legislative process years ago. It's just meant to translate and provide that clear and objective technical patch, essentially, to provide that same level of protection. So not intended to be a policy change to protect these wildlife areas or other areas more or less. It's meant to be the same, which staff believes that we have done a good job of. not to toot our own horn, but we've made we've thought very carefully about maintaining the same level of protection because it's a little challenging. Where the existing protections include subjective language, as I've noted, staff has included alternative clear and objective provisions. So in other words, a second review track. This allows the applicant to pick which set of standards they'd like to be reviewed under, clear and objective or discretionary. So now I'm going to some examples, and I just like for the Title 17 presentation, I'd like to throw it to our consultant, please, to present these so that I can take a brief break in speaking. So Kate and Matt, if you're there.
Yes.
Yes,
Thanks.
hi.
Hello. All right. Yeah. So this first example is from the wildlife area combining zone. And just as a refresher, that combining zone is intended to conserve really important wildlife habitat and sort of passageways in the county for things like winter deer range, elk habitat, antelope habitat, and deer migration corridors. So just a little context there. And one of the existing criteria is that new dwellings must be located within 300 feet of an existing road. And some exceptions are permitted, including that if you demonstrate that habitat values and migration corridors are afforded equal or greater protection through a different development pattern. So that is sort of an existing sort of discretionary option that's built into the current code, demonstrating equal or better or greater protection. That is definitely not an objective criterion. So, and just to, again, a little context here is the intention behind this requirement is to kind of focus new development in areas that are sort of already developed with existing roads. So trying to make sure dwellings aren't, scattered sort of too far off of the existing development patterns. So the clear and objective solution here is to retain that 300-foot requirement, but essentially kind of remove that discretionary exception from the clear and objective path. So I don't think we have the specific language here because these provisions are quite lengthy and detailed, but that's kind of the gist of the approach here is to kind of keep that requirement and say new dwellings must be within 300 feet. You can still have that option to demonstrate that you're providing equal or better protection, but that option is only available through the discretionary path, not in the clear and objective path. All right, I think next slide shows a different example. This is from the landscape management combining zone, which is intended to maintain and enhance scenic corridors along natural landscapes. So specifically designated roads, rivers, and streams that are designated as landscape management corridors. So the idea is, as viewed from those sort of scenic areas, we want to kind of minimize sort of the appearance of development so it kind of blends into the landscape. That's sort of the idea there. So one of the existing criteria requires that any new buildings need to use muted earth tones, that's the phrase, to minimize visual appearance of structures from specified view corridors. So that phrase, muted earth tones, obviously that's very much open to interpretation, and there's a lot of wiggle room there. So the clear and objective solution here is to adopt a specific palette of colors that are approved as being, kind of fitting within that category of muted earth tones. And so we've chosen a selection of, I think it's 56 different colors. So there's a number of options that you can choose from. And as long as your paint color matches to that color, then that will be approved. And then you can still propose something that's outside of that specific approved palette. But again, that would only be possible through the discretionary path. And then staff could kind of assess whether it still meets the sort of muted earth tone provision. So that's the solution there. And then this next example, this is also from the landscape management combining zone. And there's also a criterion that requires non-reflective materials for roofing. Again, that's a pretty discretionary provision. And in this case, there is an objective kind of proxy that we can turn to. It's called light reflectance value, or LRV. And that sort of measures how reflective surfaces are based on sort of the how light colored they are. So, white has a very high LRV, whereas, black or dark brown would have a very low LRV. And things like, shiny metal roof materials would also have a high LRV. So the standard here would be to require an LRV of 40 or less. So it's basically limiting the reflectivity of those surfaces. And
Kate, in your research, you noted that a lot of materials are, it's on the label, this number. It's a standard that exists. So it's not like you need some special meter or tool to measure that.
That's right. And then this next one, let's see, this is also from the landscape management combining zone. There are a lot of very specific provisions in that section that were sort of a little bit more challenging, I would say, to convert into objective criteria, but I think we managed to get there. So the existing criterion is that the planning director or hearings body may require the establishment of introduced landscape material. So planting of screening materials, trees, shrubs, things like that, to assure compatibility with existing vegetation, reduce glare, direct automobile and pedestrian circulation, or enhance the overall appearance of the development. So basically, if you don't have existing trees or existing vegetation on site that can kind of provide the sort of necessary screening or masking of the development on its own, then the planning director may require additional planting. So the clear and objective approach here is to establish much more specific and objective tree planting standards of at least one non-deciduous or essentially a coniferous tree, or a tree that will at least retain its leaves or needles year round, that will reach a mature diameter of 10 inches or greater. So it'll grow to be a relatively large tree. It needs to be planted for every 15 horizontal feet. And it also includes the option to utilize existing trees to meet that standard, so not necessarily only new trees. And in working with staff, this is the type of planting that staff would typically approve as kind of a mitigation to provide that screening. So this is really kind of based on existing practice and sort of looking back at past applications and what type of planting was approved. So trying to kind of maintain consistency with current approaches for that standard. I think that's our last example here.
I understand we're trying to convert an existing criteria to a clear and objective one, and I'm tracking that. But going through this example does make me just raise concerns about community wildfire protection. And I mean, really, if we're precluding deciduous trees and we want to actually be able to provide screening or things like that, then the tree has to have low branches. And, one of the basic tenets of defensible space around homes is to limb trees up to, 8 feet or something like that. So just that, I'm just, and we can deal with this at another time, but I just want to flag, whether I have concerns about how this works.
Flag noted. Yes, 100%. I mean, this came up in our conversations as well, and I will. Well, do you have?
Yeah, and again, I understand, like, what we're trying to do right now is to convert our existing criteria to something clear and objective, but I do have concerns.
And if
Like,
they're,
that can be addressed at a later point in time.
if they're 15 feet apart too, I think that's a problem because if they're conifers, they're going to possibly grow closer together. And then you've got the canopy fire trail going on. So yeah.
I mean, I will say, point. Yeah, we're kind of just addressing this one task right now. And this standard, as Kate noted, is based on other requirements that staff has provided in the past. So the standard of every 15 horizontal feet is a thing that exists in approved applications elsewhere. Does it address the fire issue? No.
But what's more important in today's world is the fire issue. 21,000 properties in Deschutes County with high risk and, trying to get that Juniper funding bill through. But I think it's really important
Yeah,
that we maybe have to change that 15 feet rule.
I think point well taken. Absolutely. I mean, I don't really have any comments on that.
I mean, insurance companies are counseling people. Yeah.
That would ultimately represent a policy change. And so that is beyond the scope, even though it pains me to say that. It is beyond the
And
scope.
so when we finish going through this clear and objective exercise, we can go back.
We might need to revisit.
discuss that.
Correct. I know that's a very
This is
satisfying answer. And
yeah. Going through the code with a fine tooth comb gives us the opportunity to highlight things that need to go back and be revisited.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Your planning manager, Will Groves, exactly on point, Commissioner. And what's going to happen in many of these circumstances is that these clear and objective standards will produce conflicts that we were unable to resolve cleanly through clear and objective standards, and people will jump back into the discretionary lane. And under that standard, under the existing conditions, they're expected to, the planning or hearings body may require the established and introduced landscape material to screen the development. If somebody comes in and says, look, that's a fire hazard, if I do it this way, it's a fire hazard, but if we plant them this way, now they're limbed up to maintain that, that's something we can do through a discretionary pathway, is really balance a variety of interests. But certainly, the code represents a preference for, a visual screening wall that also would be a tremendous fire hazard. So to your point as well, it'd be worth revisiting this, but as written, I think it's going to cause people to jump back into the discretionary lane, which brings back to your point of the prior hearing, which is that these meant to be a kind of a fast lane to development, that encourages and facilitates developments in many circumstances. The discretionary path is going to be preferable to applicants because of the flexibility and nuance that it provides.
Thank you.
Could I also jump in? This is Kate.
Yes.
I did take a look back at the specific language in the section that we're discussing, and we did actually include a reference to the county's existing defensible space standards. So to the extent that the county does have provisions already in place, we at least included a cross-reference to those to say that, even though you're providing the screening, you also need to meet those defensible space standards as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's it for examples. So thanks, Kate. Briefly, public and agency comments received. This is a summary of what we received during the Planning Commission process. Central Oregon Land Watch had a comment that had kind of three components. The first two were kind of organizational and conceptual. One was concerns about the clarity of the planned and cluster development language and the way it was structured, and suggested a table format for the allowable uses. Excuse me. Concerns about language in the wildlife area combining zone, about that 300-foot requirement. There's been ongoing kind of discussion about that road that has to be within 300 feet of when it existed, if it ceased to exist, does it still count, et cetera, et cetera. So they provided some clarifying language as a suggestion. We do discuss it a little bit more in the memorandum I provided to the board. That could be brought up in future deliberations. And then lastly, the Landwatch believes that the county may need to, quote, apply Goal 5 for this whole project. So what that essentially means is re-identifying the Goal 5 resources, redoing the EC analysis, which is economic, social, environmental, and energy analysis. So basically reopening that box. And that is they maintain that would be required because we are touching the code. And there's further discussion of that in the memos, and we can further discuss that in deliberations as well. But the long and the short of it was that staff in consult with legal counsel believes that the way that we have approached this does not require that for several reasons outlined in the memo. Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, ODF&W, they've been really helpful throughout this process. Obviously, they are a big part of the Goal 5 amendments. There's often a lot of consultation with them about habitat and things like that. They acknowledge the complexity of this project goal, as we all have today. By design, the Goal 5 program is discretionary in many cases. So much of it is, talk to ODF&W and see if this is okay, see if this preserves the habitat, or maybe there's a better solution. That's discretionary. So it's the clear and objective. This mandate essentially removes that discretion, which is tricky. But they did follow up to say that the approach that staff has presented is acceptable to them within the confines of this difficult task. So we really appreciate their review and their consult on this whole project. We received one county resident attended the Planning Commission hearing. She had comments about the paint palette requirements concerning the brand and the number of options. And she had concerns about the wildlife area combining zone criteria in general, what uses are allowed and not allowed, as well as some questions about the outdoor assembly regulations. And as I noted earlier today, that really is beyond the scope of this project. That would be, again, opening up that box to reassess, what's allowed, what's not allowed. We appreciate her comments, and that could be taken up at a future date if we were directed by the board.
So do you have to use Miller paint then?
No.
You do not?
We do not. And that's actually one of our planning commissioners, Commissioner Williams, followed up on that. The swatches that we provide are Miller paint, and they have the
Right.
number and the name. You don't, and it says in the code, you don't have to use Miller paint, but we felt it's necessary to have some sort of identifiable standard so you can get a chip and match it, because you don't want to rely on your printer or your monitor or that type of thing, because it could be, the samples that that showed on the screen here all look the same, and they're not. So we've had to have some identifiable standard. So it does not have to be Miller paint.
Okay, so from the 54 choices you have.
Yes. So basically, your job, like as an applicant, you would come in with a swatch and say, hey, these are the same, right?
Right.
That type of thing.
Yes.
Not limited.
So did they give the formula for their colors?
I think that's a proprietary thing. I think
I
you
know,
have to go
I
to a
doubt
paint
it.
store for that one, but yeah. And then the planning commissioners had a few clarifying questions that were addressed during the hearing and deliberations that we discussed in the memo. No additional agency or public comments have been received since the planning commission process. Just very briefly, the planning commission process, they had a work session on April 10th, a public hearing on April 24th. The written record was held open for just under a week until April 30th, and they deliberated on May 8th. And similar to the Title 17, they issued a recommendation for adoption, but wanted to relay their kind of concerns and questions and just discussion items, which staff has kind of carried forward and intends to do for deliberations for the board. Next steps. The options to move forward are to continue the hearing to a date and time certain, close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date certain, close the hearing and set a date for deliberations, or close the hearing and commence deliberations. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen and we'll turn it back over to the board. Thank you.
So this is a public hearing on the matter. Clear and objective housing text amendments, Goal 5, Title 18. Is there anyone in the room to speak on this matter? Is there anyone online with the raised hand feature? So quiet day for engagement today, but that's good. We've had a full process here, Planning Commission, as I say, the consultants, big picture, staff support on this. So we've got quite a path to even get to this point. So I want to thank you for that. So seeing no engagement, so we'll close the public hearing on this matter and discuss.
I'd like to go back and ask Tanya about ODF&W's desire for continued consultation and review opportunities. So I wasn't totally tracking when you described that, how they got to a point where they were satisfied. I mean, what, is it that they looked carefully at the clear and objective language and said, oh yeah, that actually covers what we're concerned about? Or
The way we interpreted it, we initially wrote a letter saying, clear and objective is inherently removing the discretion. We recommend continued discretion or discretionary, consult opportunities. And we as staff initially thought that meant that they wanted us to change the clear and objective language to make it, to try to involve some level of consultation. They then followed up with us to say that, they're fine with how we've written it. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I don't think they are hugely fond of the clear and objective option just by design, by definition. But given the confines of what the task is, they are comfortable with us, with the way we've written the clear and objective option, which is to refer to the original EC analysis. This is mostly for the sensitive bird habitat combining zone, which each of those ECs pertain to a separate nest or site, and they have specific protections listed there. So it's saying, you can't do construction within these certain dates, or you have to have a certain radius of activity that you can't get that close to this radius or what have you. So the clear and objective path points directly to those EC analysis without any discretion. They think that is adequate, I would say, considering the task at hand. But they prefer, obviously, the discretionary, they encourage people to continue to try to do that discretionary path. I think that's the way we interpreted it. That's a very long-winded explanation.
that was helpful. Thank you.
I have a little value add to that, which is we worked extensively with ODF&W, and the current code involves them as a participant of the process, but not an agency that has veto power. So basically what happens is there's an EC that says, look, back in 1992, we made some decisions about how to protect this nest. And the current code says, take that as your ground, and then from there work with, ODF&W to make sure there aren't kind of new concerns or new biology that we should be incorporating. And so we were really concerned with the notion that we were removing that nuanced step that's built into the code currently. And we talked at some length with ODF&W and the consultant about a variety of options to try to preserve ODF&W's important position in the process. And some of that would involve, there could be a code provision that says, look, if ODF&W doesn't send us a letter with a smiley face on it, it's denied. So they give them veto power. They were concerned about that. They didn't want to be put in that sort of political situation and didn't know that they'd always have the resources to effectively act as, the applicant's consultant. We looked at kind of other options to provide kind of more biological input. And in the end, they said, look, we like this opportunity to participate when we had the resources and when we felt it was important to provide value add to this. But we understand that in the clear and objective context, that there aren't good options that don't compel us to either get involved, in particular applications in ways we might not want to, or compel us to expend resources that we might not have. And so ultimately they said, we don't love, the clear and objective, this whole project, because we think a lot of these, the resources are things that require the expertise of biologists, somebody going out on the ground and really looking at a particular property, but that we find that this approach is acceptable and we're not looking for any further changes to it.
I've got a color palette story.
Okay.
We had our house built and it was all painted one color, but above the side eaves in the peak, the cement board has that cedar shingle shake pattern. So a couple years after the house was built, my wife had said, well, let's put a color up there. How about something like cedar shake? And we looked at the palettes, color palettes, and it's a muted earth tone. But there's a big difference between that new cedar look and a weathered cedar look. So after we painted it, we're like, well, that's a little bit more pink and red than we thought it was going to be. So now you learn that kind of weathered cedar is different than cedar. So it's going to be like that for a while.
Yeah.
And it's not offensive. It's just a little bit more red and pink than you'd expect.
Color was complicated.
Oh, yeah. Well, she picked it. I didn't. She said,
Thank Thank
she
goodness.
pointed-
you
Go on the
picked
record.
she
it.
pointed to the chip and said, go buy this one. And I said, yes, ma'am.
No, you always have to paint it because then you have the reflective light on it. And yes, I know it can make huge differences.
It's just a lot more new cedar than you would. But it's good. Yeah. And I can understand, as soon as you have that paint chip, the paint companies, they can match it, so it's not that big of a deal. Any other thoughts? I think we're kind of in the same spot. No request to keep a record open. So if there's a motion to close deliberations and proceed to adoption.
So move.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair will vote yes. Thank you very much. Big project.
It is a big project. So we'll come back with all of this in ordinance form in the near future.
So do you have the paint, do you have paint chip boards for people?
Not yet, but we have to figure that out actually when we do the implementation. If we'll do it nicely and have it as a handout or.
Right, that's what I was thinking, to make it really easy for people to go, like, these are the 54 colors and yes.
Exactly. And it has the numbers and the names. If you want to get really crazy, I used to work in magazine production a million years ago. And so we would go in a light booth and make sure it's
Mhm.
light. We can do that, but we probably don't want to do that.
No, but we might.
Yes. Thank you.
No,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Tanya.
How about we take a 4-minute stand-up break and then we'll get to our Upper Deschutes Watershed Council Service
you.
Partner Year-End Update
So kind of you.
after a little stand-up break.
Can I stand up?
Flowers?
Too much today.
Yeah, and I mentioned, so yeah, we're back from a quick break here. We're just looking at the agenda, and there's a proposal that we ask our Community Development Department to bring our work plan item back up for this morning. So Nick offered to make that communication. So we'll move one item from this afternoon to this morning. And then I communicated with John Stark mentioning, because he asked, is it on the schedule? And I confirmed it was 2:55, and I did mention to him, make sure to come a little earlier. So yeah, we'll see how that flows. And we can communicate with him at lunchtime.
And I do have a copy of his letter here with me right now too, if you want that in advance.
So he still wanted to come in for it. So I'm thinking that. Okay, so item number 16 will be before lunch.
There is an other item topic
Mhm.
that Jen is involved with that
Mhm.
we might be able to cover this morning too.
Yep,
Okay.
I can hang in the room, and if there's time, I can pop in for that one too.
Okay, so at this time, item number 11, Upper Deschutes Watershed Council Service Partner, year-end update. Thank you for joining us. Looks like you've been outside a little bit already this season.
Yeah. appreciate being Here. Thank you, commissioners. Like Jen, you're.
I was just going to give a
Oh, yeah.
brief introduction to the topic. Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. So during the fiscal year 2025 video lottery allocation discussion, the board allocated a service partner grant to Upper Deschutes Watershed Council in the amount of $20,000. And as part of that grant agreement, they come before the board to provide a year-end update. So we have Chris Knight here, Executive Director of the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, to give that update, and I'll turn it over to Chris.
Welcome, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to present. If it's all right, I'll approach the bench there and give you an annual report.
If you can't approach, we're really in trouble.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so again, Chris Knight, the Executive Director at the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council. Just past 6 years in this role, and appreciate the ongoing support from Deschutes County. Per normal, I just want to share a little bit about who we are, what we do, what we've accomplished this past year, and what we'll be doing in the year ahead. But just a reminder, what is a watershed council? Big thing there is we're a voluntary, non-regulatory collaborative group. And so there are more than 50 watershed councils around our state. They were created back in the mid-90s by the state of Oregon. Governor Kitzhaber initiated this idea, and they were initiated by local governments. And so the local government here in Central Oregon that established our watershed council was Deschutes County. We're almost 30 years old now, but we've done over 50 habitat restoration projects now. In the last couple of years, we've updated our website to show and tell the story about those 50 plus restoration projects. And so this map that you see on your screen, it not only defines the area where we work, the Upper Deschutes watershed, which includes all the way south to the headwaters of the Deschutes River and the Little Deschutes River, north all the way to Lake Billy Chinook. And so that's kind of our program area. What this map shows is all those different colored dots represent projects around the watershed. The bigger dots with numbers indicate, there's multiple projects at that location. And so, a lot of our work over the past 25 plus years has been in that Metolius River, White Creek area, because we have been working to, as part of the reintroduction of salmon and steelhead trout. And so that's why I think you see certainly more projects up in the northern part of the basin. But, so this is just a reminder that, Deschutes County helped establish our Watershed Council in 1996. Founded in cooperation with the county, and then pretty quickly after that, in 1997, we were established as a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Like Jen mentioned, we're a current recipient of a service partner grant here in FY25, so thank you again. And we leverage these dollars that the county provides. We take that 20,000 and we bring federal, state, and local private dollars to Central Oregon. This past year, FY24, which ended June 30th, 2024, our annual budget was just over $2.2 million.
This is a list of our board of directors. The county being the entity that helped create our watershed council. You might recall that when we bring on new board members, you see those new board members come across your desk and you send out an appointment letter, and appreciate that role that you play. We've got currently 11 board members, including Will Groves, the planning director here at Deschutes County, who sits on our board and represents Deschutes County. Our mission is to restore and protect that 2 million acre Upper Deschutes watershed through collaborative projects in habitat restoration, watershed education, long-term monitoring. I'm going to give you some examples of that work that we're doing today, what we've done over the past year, and what we're continuing to do going forward. A good example of this past year of one of our restoration projects was a phase 2 restoration effort that we completed at Willow Springs Preserve on Whitechoose Creek, downstream of Sisters. This is on Deschutes Land Trust property. So this second phase of work has been adding more what we call large woody debris to the creek. Sometimes we go in with a restoration project and we really reshape the whole creek. In this case, we're just working with youth crews to add habitat for fish and wildlife yes, Commissioner.
Are there beavers around doing that naturally?
Do we have beavers around doing that? Not in Whitechoose Creek as much as we'd like. So
Yeah, but they might come back.
Yeah, we hope they will come back and do some of the work for us and build onto that.
Yeah.
We actually have a project downstream of here. This story was actually in the bulletin in the last year or so, where we completed the restoration, and within a year, some beavers did move in and start creating some of that habitat that we want to continue to advance. And so we're kind of, we actually call some of these structures beaver dam analogs. They're replicating what the beavers would do, and you've got to create that, create the conditions to make them want to move in and utilize that habitat. And so that's part of what we're doing here. This is a second phase of this project, and funders I've listed there included the Portland General Electric. I should have also included, as part of the Pelton Round Butte Fund, is the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs as a funder to that program, Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, U.S. Forest Service, and Oregon Department of Forestry. And the Oregon Department of Forestry is on that list because they've provided some funding. Some of the trees that are going in to create this habitat, we are working with private landowners around the Sisters area. You can see that picture on the left. You can see the A-frame house in the back. We're working to help create defensible space around some of these homes and some of these HOAs to recycle these trees. And this is the way I like to think of it. Instead of piling and burning the trees, we are hauling those trees off and using them as part of our restoration efforts. And so it's a win-win in the sense that it's good for fish and wildlife, but it's also good for the homeowners interested in creating this defensible space.
Chris, that's really great to see. Does your revenue this year project, is it going to be at the 2.2 million like last year's revenue? Do you know?
This year, we're a little bit lower annual budget, I think around 1.6 million.
So you've significantly lower than.
Yeah, our annual budget definitely ebbs and flows a little bit depending on the size of restoration projects. Some years we can have a bigger $2.5 million annual budget just because we've got some big construction projects. This year and next year, we're more in kind of a design phase where we're not necessarily implementing large scale restoration, but we're preparing. And over the kind of history of our organization, you can kind of see that cycle of implementing projects, then planning for projects, then implementing. So that's.
Does it take 2 years then to implement?
It can take, 2 to 3 years to, implement, and then we've got to go back, do the engineering designs, raise the funds to do the work, and then we're back in an implementation phase.
Thanks.
Yeah. One exciting thing I wanted to share this morning as part of the update is just, we're seeing some results in terms of there's a tremendous run of steelhead trout that came back this winter to the Pelton Round Butte complex. Almost 1,000 steelhead, which is way more than we've seen before. And over the last few years, we've steadily seen that number increasing. But what's exciting is this spring now, what this slide is showing is a steelhead red, which is essentially a nest for baby steelhead eggs in the creek. And so this is
we've only observed one of these over all the years since the Pelton Round Butte dams were built in Whitechoose Creek. And this year we've observed more than 10 of these steelhead reds, and the ones we've observed are all in our restoration projects. And so this is one of our previous restoration projects. You can see the Whitechoose Creek, you can see that woody material around there. But what the box is representing is where a male and female steelhead trout have dug a hole in the creek, laid their eggs, and then they rebury those. And so I know it from your angle and from this drone shot, it's hard to tell that, but when you're out walking along the creek, and we have crews and we have a lot of partners that support this effort that are surveying for where these steelhead trout reds are located, you can very clearly delineate that when you're out along the creek, because the gravels are a different color and they're also kind of mounded up. So we're just excited to see results of some of our restoration work.
So Chris, of the 1,000 steelhead that came up through the Pelton Round Butte complex, at least 20 of them ended up in Whitechoose Creek.
Yeah,
and
given
it-
these steelhead reds, yes. You know,
is it likely it's significantly more, or
Portland General Electric tracks those
right
numbers?
They're
and then
tagged.
they
Some of them.
also tag some percentage of those fish to see whether they go up the Crooked River, to see if they, go up the Deschutes to the natural barrier. Do they go up the Metolius? Do they go up the Whitechoose Creek? And so they later this year at their fisheries conference, they will report some of those numbers. Yep.
But we don't know yet.
Yep.
Okay.
I carried a bucket of steelhead fry down there years ago. I was invited to come join the crew one day, and your job is to carry a big bucket full of fish fry. But yeah, I mean, I think we put them in the river there, so hopefully they're a little bit of generational activity.
Exactly. So kind of what's next this upcoming year in terms of restoration? We're pivoting away. We still have work on Whitechoose Creek, for example, that we're continuing, but wanted to share about a couple other projects that are in that kind of planning design phase. And they're both fish passage projects. And so picture on the left, of course, is downtown Bend and Muir Pond. The last couple of years, we've had a fish passage advisory committee that's been looking at fish passage opportunities there at Muir Pond. We've now, that committee recommended a preferred alternative for fish passage, which is a fishway there at the dam. And so for the last year or so in 2024, ODF&W, Pacific Corps, myself with Upper Deschutes Watershed Council and other partners, Trout Unlimited, City of Bend, Bend Park and Rec District, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have been working together to raise funds to do the engineering design. And so now we're at this point where this summer we're planning to launch the engineering design phase of this fish passage project. And it's just, I think of it as many steps, and this is the next step in the process. We've got a preferred alternative. Now we're going to do an engineering design. Then we'll have to figure out, how do we raise the money to implement that design? And we're going to learn a lot as part of the design phase, what the footprint of the project will be, all those sorts of things. So we're making progress on fish passage. This is the last fish passage barrier through Bend. In 2017, we put a fish ladder at the North Canal Dam. In 2015, I guess it was, when the Whitewater Park was developed, that eliminated another fish passage barrier. So this is the last true fish passage barrier. The picture on the right is another project we're working on down south in Gilcrest. Commissioner DeBone, we ran into you at an event the other day, or months ago, I guess, and proud of this project in down south. And you reminded me it's actually in Klamath County. Of course, it's in Klamath County, so it's south of the Deschutes County line. But similar thing. This is community. This is in the community of Gilcrest. In that picture, if you're looking off to the right, that's the Gilcrest Mill Pond. And so we were approached by Gilcrest Forest Products, a private entity owned by the Neiman Corporation. They, in a collaborative effort, wanted to repair their fish ladder and restore fish passage on the Little Deschutes here. So in that picture, you're seeing an old 40-plus-year-old wooden fish ladder that's all dilapidated, and all the water's just leaking out of the top of the structure, and so it's not passing any fish. And so the idea is to bring the stakeholders together and
talk about what options are for restoring this fish passage. Could just be another fish ladder, could be something a little different. We're in that process right now. So looking forward to, again, selecting a preferred alternative for this project and then trying to carry that forward as well.
Just before you leave that slide, could I just ask the design process going forward in downtown Bend around the Mirror Pond Dam? So do all are we operating under the assumption that the dam will continue to be there and just designing around it?
Correct. That when we went into the Mirror Pond Fish Passage Committee, Pacific Corps was at the table for those conversations, and that was that was part of the criteria, that the dam is going to remain in place. And so what can we do with the dam remaining in place? And that's how we came up with this. It's called a nature-like fishway as the preferred alternative. So beyond restoration, we've got an education and outreach program, which you've heard me talk about each year. We've got a K through 12 education program. The idea of just creating that next generation of citizens here in Deschutes County that understand about their water resources. This is the second year we've been delivering a program for City of Bend. It's called the One Water Program, and so it's focused on getting fifth graders and high school students out to learn about where does your water come from here in Central Oregon. What's a healthy watershed? The bottom picture, where does your water go after it leaves your home? This is a picture of fifth graders out at the water reclamation facility, understanding where the water goes when it leaves their home. Picture on the top is a class of students out at the Metolius River. And then excited to report we're expanding and working with Sun River and Lapine schools this spring, taking them out to places like Paulina Creek and the Lapine State Park. We also continue to offer the annual Deschutes River cleanup, which we do annually. We've done that for more than 20 years. These pictures are from the cleanup. I think one unique thing about our cleanup is we partner with the Search and Rescue, Deschutes County Search and Rescue, and Central Oregon Diving, a local dive shop. And we have dozens of divers that come out and pick things up out of the river through the old mill district. And, it used to be old mill relics, and now it's more iPhones and concert T-shirts, flip-flops, whatever. But that bottom right picture is just some of the things that are pulled out of the river. So we also offer this, the one-day cleanup is in multiple locations as far south as Lapine and Sun River, and up north to Tumalo State Park. One year we had one of the cleanup sites up in Redmond as well, at Klein Falls State Park. We've moved the river cleanup up a month this year. It'll be June 28th, last Saturday in June. Typically it's the last Saturday in July, and we're just trying to avoid some of that smoke, and the idea that we put so much effort into this. The last couple of years we've almost had to cancel just because of smoke conditions. So we've decided to move it up a month and see if we can avoid some of that smoke. In addition to the river cleanup, throughout the year we offer opportunities for businesses and volunteers to get out and do projects along our local rivers and streams in Central Oregon. So we provide that service to those people wanting to volunteer. We also offer adult education programs. We've partnered the last several years, I think it's 4 years now, with Central Oregon Community College. And we offer a couple watershed education classes each year. So this past year and just early in 2025, we offered a Metolius River watershed class, and these classes are 6 sessions. So they're 5 evening sessions and then a full day watershed tour. And so that picture on the bottom there is the Metolius watershed tour for that class just this past April, last month. And then I've been leading a class down in Sun River that's focused on the upper Deschutes, the area south of Bend in our watershed. And then we'll be here in a couple of weeks, we'll be getting out on the last class, which is a full day tour. So, happy to provide those adult education opportunities, and it's an example of how we bring other funding in. Private funding from the Roundhouse Foundation and Sisters is a funder for this adult education work, and also ODF&W is a funder through their Oregon Conservation and Recreation Program.
So yeah, if I can join on that site tour, the upper tour, yeah, let's look for that opportunity.
Would love to invite you to that. Awesome. We also have a monitoring program. Just share a couple of highlights for that work. One thing we do is we monitor stream temperatures throughout the watershed. We have more than 18 sites where we do this in multiple sections of the Deschutes, Tumalo Creek, White Creek. And, part of the reason for doing that is stream temperatures are really important indicator for a healthy river for fish and wildlife. And so when we can have more water in the creek and divert less, that's going to keep those temperatures cold. And so that's part of why we monitor that. And we have a long-term data set, 20 plus years of that information. And so we have volunteers that help us every August. They come out. That's what this picture is. They come out at multiple locations, and might sound funny, but we collect what are called macroinvertebrates. They're actually the bugs in the creek, and they are like temperature. They're an amazing indicator for the health of a creek. If you've got a diverse and robust population of these macroinvertebrates, it tells you your stream is healthy. And so we try to do these counts after we've done restoration over multiple years to try and show the impact of our restoration. And I would say, by and large, we are doing good things for our creeks when we complete these restoration projects, because our macroinvertebrate counts, the diversity of those species of macroinvertebrates is much larger, and they're much higher after restoration. Last couple slides here. Thanks for hanging in here and listening to this update. This is our funding slide. Just, as I've said, our funding comes from diverse sources. Federal, state, county grant through Deschutes County, but also through private foundations and individuals and business supporters. So this past, this slide is showing our FY 2024 financials, and that's also on the back page of the report I gave you. And so we're currently in our FY 25 year. We'll be wrapping that up here in June 30th, and I'll have that data to report next year to you. I will just say, these past few months as a nonprofit, like most nonprofits that receive federal funding, we've been impacted by having 3 grants frozen. I'm happy to report, so those funds were frozen for a couple of months. They're now flowing again. They're unfrozen, as I'd say. But that just, required us to pivot to other work, had to delay bringing on one of our seasonal staff. So, some of these impacts are real to our nonprofits like ours, but I'm happy to say, that funding has been restarted. This is showing FY24. Our FY25, the piece of the pie that was our federal funding was less. It was about 28%, and about 10% of that was frozen, but again, has been restarted. So my last slide, just a way you can learn more and get involved. You can, of course, check out our website that's been updated here in the last couple of years. Reach out to me directly, follow us on social media, join in one of our tours or events. This is our poster for the upcoming Deschutes River cleanup that folks can now sign up for and participate, which is going to be June 28th. And I just, again, reiterate my thanks for the funding for FY26 that I understand has just recently been approved. And I know you had less funding to offer this year, and I appreciate just learning that you basically tried to be equitable and spread that out around different organizations, even though it's slightly less. And it's just very much appreciated, and funding that we leverage to try and bring more to our county. So thanks again. Happy to answer questions.
So when did you say that original ladder was at the Gilcrest Mill?
I think it was built in the late 80s or early 90s.
Okay.
It's built out of redwood, and
Okay.
you just would expect, I think, that would last longer. At least that was my initial impression. But yeah, needs to be upgraded, and
we'll see what we build this one out of, right?
I know, I mean, you have to evaluate what you're going to build it out of, funding wise, or?
We're working with the stakeholders right now to look at kind of the options, because there's a complication in that just a couple 100 yards downstream is the entrance road into the mill, and there's a culvert that is undersized, and it's also a fish passage barrier. So there's an opportunity to go in and maybe replace that culvert and increase the size of that culvert, and at the same time that we restore the fish passage at the dam. And so working with the owners, it has to work for the forestry company, of course, and they're at the table and wanting to collaborate on this. So appreciate their involvement and all the partners that are working on that.
Yeah, I think they're out of like Northeast Wyoming or something.
Yeah.
And then they have
Neiman Corporation, I think, is Wyoming, South Dakota area.
Yeah, it's right by South Dakota, like right across. So anyway, yeah, they're, it's great partners for the community.
While we're talking about, the way southern part of the watershed, it's being pulled from our agenda for today, but there is a letter of support that we're considering signing on to, related to a property at the confluence of Paulina Creek and the Little Deschutes River. And, I don't want to ask you to go into that whole, property transaction and the value of that, but could you just, for us, talk a little bit about the importance of the Little Deschutes River and Paulina Creek, in the big picture of the Upper Deschutes watershed?
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that pops to mind is just Little Deschutes temperatures get really warm. Maybe I saw a presentation the other day that I talked about monitoring stream temperatures. This presentation was given by ODF&W, but some of the highest stream temperatures were in the Little Deschutes River. And so I know one thing of interest is restoring Paulina Creek so it actually flows all the way to the Little Deschutes. And, for fish to be able to bridge that connection from the Little Deschutes up until Paulina Creek. The other thing I would share is just that stretch of the Little Deschutes there at where State Recreation Road comes into Lapine State Park is important habitat for Oregon spotted frog. I know Oregon spotted frog are observed there. There's also bullfrogs there, and we help. And so bullfrogs are an invasive species in this part of the country. And so we actually received some funding and passed that through in contract with a company that does some of the bullfrog removal in that stretch of the Little Deschutes. So Little Deschutes is just a different system. It's lower gradient. So it's just this amazing, slow, winding creek through that section. If you look at aerial photos, there's all these old back channel habitats that still receive water during some parts of the year. And so they're important habitat, whether we're talking about fish or frogs or all fish and wildlife. And so, I just support effort to help restore that area and do what we can to take care of that creek and that both Paulina Creek and the Little Deschutes River.
The Paulina Creek restoration you just mentioned, is that something that the Watershed Council might be involved in, designing and implementing?
Well, I know the Deschutes Land Trust, has a Paulina Creek property that's adjacent to the Forest Service property, and that's a project they're leading. And I know they've had meetings and community meetings about that, and so we're sitting on the design team on that to just help support that project if we can. We're not leading that project, but I think there is opportunity to help restore Paulina Creek, and it's not going to always flow to the Little Deschutes River. There's not enough water, and it's a seasonal creek in some regards, but I think there is an opportunity to restore that creek and some parts of the year have flow return to the Little Deschutes. It's complicated and it'll take a long time, but it's, if we rewinded 25 years ago to what the work that's been done on White Chiefs Creek used to go dry 2 out of 3 summers. now White Chiefs Creek every summer has a minimum of 20 cubic feet per second flowing through cisters, and has steelhead and salmon returning to White Chiefs Creek. So all this effort takes a long time, and it's hard to say, years ahead, what the project's exactly going to look like. But you got to start somewhere, and I think the White Chiefs Creek story is a real success story if we look back at what's been accomplished by all sorts of partners and all sorts of organizations that have worked to make White Chiefs Creek what it is today.
Thank you. Yeah, I also, one other thing I wanted to just mention was a few months back when county property management was, raised for us questions about the county property right on the Middle Deschutes in Tumalo, and engaging with the Tumalo School on use of that property and putting up a shed and things like that. I consulted with Chris about just kind of how do we manage for the existing usage of that property, which is significant, and could conceivably be causing harm to the wetlands and the riparian habitat around the river. How do we kind of accommodate that existing use without encouraging a lot more use, but also think ahead to a time when we might actually want to, harden parts of that area so that it could accommodate really substantial recreational use. And I really appreciate the insights he provided at that moment.
Yeah, Commissioner Chang had reached out and asked if I knew anything about that property, and I just went out and visited. And the day I went out there, there's some makeshift steps down the stream bank, and then actually had to jump over a side channel that was flowing through there. This was probably April. And so, what that told me just immediately is really soggy out there on the lower part of that property. It's really part of the floodplain, and it was very wet and will get very wet at parts of the year. So my recommendation was, well, anything you're going to do ought to be up in the higher portion of the property, whether that's putting in a restroom or whatever the request is, but certainly not any hard infrastructure down in the lower part of that property. But certainly the steps down to the river could be enhanced and make it a nicer access point. Something like that. We've done a lot of that, not a lot, but a couple projects over the last 3 or 4 years. We down at Riverbend Park here in Bend, we installed all those stone steps that go down to the river as access points, and then Bend Park and Rec District is taking that model and doing that quite a few other spots right now at Miller's Landing. But then also we did that at a park in Sisters where we created 4 stone step access points down to the White Chiefs Creek as part of a park. So, there are definitely ways to design that and do that, thoughtfully and create the idea is never to, restrict access to rivers. We want people to connect with their rivers, but we can do it in a way that kind of manages that access and doesn't impact the health of the creek, but still allow people to get down there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the update today.
Appreciate it. Thank you
you,
for the
Chris.
time.
This is item number 12, extension of a 1.0 limited duration position for forensics and acute services program. Evan, thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Evan Namkung, Program Manager of Forensic and Acute Services within Behavioral Health. And in front of you today is a request to extend a 1.0 FTE peer support specialist position through the end of fiscal year 26. This position was hired on as part of a Community Navigator pilot program that was funded by Oregon Health Authority. And last month, you approved us to receive some additional funding from OHA for that, additional $200,000 for that program. And so the hope is to extend this position for another year and really give us a little bit more flexibility to kind of understand what the landscape is going to be like longer term in terms of funding for this specific population. There are a lot of balls in the air at the state level right now, and we're still kind of waiting to see where all of those land. And so if approved, the salary would entirely be paid for through this pilot program funding, and then would be slated to end June 30th of next year.
We don't know where the legislature is going to go quite yet, but it sounds like there's money available for this and this effort. So this is a change to our budget process, or I guess I'm trying to think through what does that look like financially? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this will put direction to the kind of the official budget.
And then that'll
Okay,
likely then be on the consent agenda generally
Yep.
once the board
yeah.
authorizes.
So that helps put it in perspective. Okay.
Yeah, our work, behavioral health's work with this population is so important. To better serve the people who are facing challenges with mental health, for public safety, and for all kinds of other reasons. So I'm really glad that we have an opportunity to extend this position.
And I'm supportive also. Anything, Commissioner Dare?
No, I was reading the memo again. It said the program already added 2 limited duration, but we're adding now an extended position.
There were 2 limited duration positions that were hired and added at the beginning of this pilot program. One of those positions you all approved to become a regular position, and we have longer term funding for that. And then this is the second position that was hired. So we're not adding any additional positions.
I
It's
wanna
just extending an existing one.
Clarify that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Evan.
Great. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval to extend a 1.0 limited duration FTE for 12 months to support the Forensic and Acute Services Division.
A second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Item number 13, Pacific Source Health Related Social Needs Capacity Building Grant Application.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Trevor Stevens. I'm the Business Manager for Community Justice, and with me is
Nicolay Brower, I'm the Admin Analyst for Community Justice.
And Commissioners, we're here today to get permission to apply for the Health-Related Social Needs Capacity Building Grant. As we kind of discussed a little bit during the budget process, we're attempting to secure health-related social needs funding for our clients on supervision in Deschutes County. This will help expand the resources that are available for housing for those individuals. Health-related social needs through OHP allows up to 6 months of funding that can be provided through OHP. And so our goal is to be able to reach out and access some of those funds for our clients. Any individuals that release from prison are actually a priority population. And since the majority of our individuals have either released from prison or jail in the last 12 months, they would be a priority population under this grant. So we're just seeking funds to help build capacity to be able to access these funds. We haven't ever billed OHP on the adult side, so we need some capacity building funds to be able to do that. So we anticipate some kind of challenges there of what that looks like. So we're using those funds to kind of build that capacity to get us into a point where we know how to access those funds. And so we'll utilize existing FT for this and some consultant help to kind of understand the billing process of what that looks like.
So this is an application to the Oregon Health Authority.
It is to Pacific Source, who is managing it
sorry.
for Oregon Health Authority. Yes. Yeah.
It's OHA dollars through Pacific Source.
Yes.
There we go.
And
That we can use OHP dollars to support these clients.
Yes.
But you've mentioned this a few times, and we heard about it a little bit at the budget. So.
And any other questions that we have about this, or if you need any more details?
You actually set up to $353,000. Is that for 2 more years?
So they give us 18 months technically from the start of when they release funds. And I believe award would happen sometime in either October or November. And then it takes them usually 3 to 4 months to release funds. So from that point, they'll give us up to 18 months.
Okay, so you might not be able to have access to this money then until next year sometime?
Possibly, yes.
Yeah, unless you can figure out.
Well, we'll hopefully, if we know eventually that's coming, they'll sometimes let us go back to when the grant process actually started and when we applied. So once we get those terms, if we're actually accepted, our goal is to continue to apply for this no matter what. We're just hoping that these funds can help offset some of our staff time that we need to really devote to this. And so, but our plan is, even if we're not selected for this grant, we will still continue the process to secure health-related social needs funding for our clients.
Great. Thank you, Trevor.
And then the legislative process is going to be kind of landing the whole big picture here pretty soon. So all of a sudden people understand if there's really money there.
Yeah, and I believe these funds have already been allocated.
Okay.
So they don't anticipate that there'll be any change to these funds. But if there's future funding after this, that could definitely impact that.
And among the, if these HRSN funds through OHP can be used, that we would get to, could be used for climate, housing, nutrition related services. We're thinking the primary focus for community justice would be on the housing end.
Yeah, we looked at some of the other benefits to see if it could work into what we do, and we do it on such a rare basis. There's pretty strict processes that need to be established for those, whereas housing is something that we do regularly. So we wanted to stick with that just because we don't believe the time that it would take to put in to build the administrative process for those other funds, we don't believe it would outweigh what we actually need in terms of the time. So,
And like the program imperfectly doesn't fit into those 3 possibilities, does it?
it does not, no.
Yeah. I think that's really too bad.
Yeah, First Light and Changing Patterns are both part of the health-related social needs already in Central Oregon. So we would work directly with them as much as possible so they could support the case management funds for their agency. But I don't believe Imperfectly has applied for any of the funds through this process. Yeah.
Okay, so First Light and Changing Patterns?
Changing Patterns, yes.
Okay.
But even having those available can be the partner to make things happen.
Yeah, because they'll work with our clients. They do a lot of peer recovery mentor services, and so they can help bridge that gap that maybe our POs or that our staff themselves cannot. So, yeah.
Great.
So is there a motion?
Yes, I move approval of the Adult Parole and Probations Division's application for a health-related social needs capacity building grant from the Oregon Health Authority.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Good luck.
Item number 14, courthouse expansion update. It's time for a site tour for me. I just drive by it once in a while, but I want to go see the floor and the structures a little.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lee Randall, Facilities Director.
Morning, Wayne Powderly, Cumming Group, Owner's Rep.
Corey Loomis, Project Manager, Pence Construction.
Good morning.
And Eric Nielsen, Capital Improvement Manager.
So we are excited to be back this month with our monthly update on the courthouse project. We'll provide some information on the current status, the work that's been accomplished since we were last here with you, and then a review of the budget, which will be at the end. So we will begin, but.
Can I go up in the crane?
I think not.
Or
I'm not sure.
I'll do
say
that.
No.
I mean, that kind of makes my heart, pumping just asking that question, but that'd be interesting.
You're braver than me.
No, there you go.
Okay, so I'll just jump into the slideshow here. As Lee said, we'll talk about recently completed and ongoing work, touch on the schedule, and then finally talk about the budget. Actually, let me go back. So there's the most recent webcam view. As you can see, we've got the cores that have gone up, and now the formwork for level 1 concrete deck is starting to follow. So completed work, we've poured the basement slab, and so these are some photos of the prep that went into pouring the slab. So these two photos show the vapor barrier that goes under slab, There's rebar that's been placed. Any plumbing penetrations are popped up and identified. And then these are photos of the concrete being poured. Image on the right is the pump truck pumping concrete over near stair 1 with the placement crew there spreading out the concrete. And then the image on the left is the day that the concrete was poured down in the basement area. So here's a couple images of after it's had a little bit of time to cure. We've cut in the control joints to help prevent cracking or control cracking in the concrete. The image on the right is inside the parking area. So there's a broom finish to that to just for more traction. And then the image on the left, you can see the area between the parking garage and the interior floor space where there's more of a hard trowel finish. This is again looking over, it's kind of the north end of the basement near the existing building. This will be interior space right outside the interior holding elevator. And so this, I should say, this was pour 1. So they did the western side of the basement first. And then pour 2 was the eastern side, which was the remainder of the parking garage and some of the Sallyport area. And then here's what it looks like shortly after. The concrete cures for a bit, and then they went straight into shoring for the level 1 concrete deck. So you can see here the formworks above, they've gone through and installed barricades or guardrails around the edge for a safe working platform. And then here's a view, a couple views where they're starting with the formwork. You can see the steel columns coming up, the rebar for those, and then some of the stud rails coming out from the columns. They've also placed steel embeds, and then you can kind of see these little dots that are all these little hangers that will be cast into the slab so they can hang HVAC or conduit below.
That's the first deck above the ground level.
Yeah, so this will be level 1,
Yep.
right above the parking structure. Yeah, or the parking level. Just some closer shots. The image on the right, this is one of the public restrooms. So they have the plumbing sleeves laid out where waste lines, supply lines will come in, and then some more of the hangers identified. And they've got all these GPS mapped out within the model so they know that they're getting them in the right locations. On the left, those are the stud rails that essentially it provides more shear reinforcement for the slab to column connection to kind of distribute the load a little better, to avoid punching shear where the slab will move differently from the column. So we have those at all of the columns around level 1 deck.
Eric, what is the earthquake capacity of this structure?
It is designed to the current or to this location's seismic risk category.
So what is that?
I don't know.
Does anybody know? I mean, every once in a while they talk about Mount South Sisters going off, and I'm just wondering.
We'll get some.
I mean, I was curious because my husband's building in Santa Monica, the beams were sheared. It was a brand new building, and a year later we found out because it was improperly done, and they had to move out it was, So I just was curious, what do we worry about here? Is it 7?
We can get that information. We typically think about it in terms of the seismic too. But as far as some more detail on what that means in terms of the severity of a potential earthquake, we can get that information and provide that to the board.
I mean, because you see the Capitol in Salem, they're just continuing to spend millions and billions of dollars.
And they're in a higher risk.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, we can get some more detail on that and share that with the board.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, if we were building this building in the Cascadia subduction zone area, it would be really different.
But what is the zone? That's what I want to know.
We'll get some more detail. And this pour, just as a note, this pour is scheduled to be performed on Friday. So coming up soon.
Yeah, so what isn't shown in the pictures from last week is now they have all the rebar over the deck, and then they've also laid out the tendons for the post-tension concrete. So once it's poured, after a few days, they'll come back and stress those tendons, and that's what creates the post-tension concrete deck. So these are a couple images that you can, with the formwork coming in, you can start to see how the building interacts with the streetscape around it. So the image on the right is looking down along Greenwood, where the level one's quite a bit taller than Greenwood. There'll be some planters along this portion of the building. And then around the corner along Bond, you can see that the grade kind of changes and everything slopes up to the entry level along the sidewalk. So these two images are looking, one on the right is the corner of Greenwood and Bond, and then on the left is looking into the future main entrance. And then also ongoing is the full-scale mock-up that's being built over on the laydown yard on Lafayette Avenue. So the left is the design drawings, and on the right is obviously as it looks today. And the purpose of the mock-up, again, is to have a sample of conditions that will be on the main building, and then we can build them on the mock-up, work out any issues ahead of time so that by the time we're doing it full scale on the building, we've got all the kinks worked out. So where we're at now is we went through window installation. So how the windows installed into the air weather barrier system, which is the paper you see on the wall, and then also all the flashing details. And so there's several trades involved. And so what this really helps, it actually did identify some kind of overlapping between the glazers and the flashing that they'll install versus the guys that are installing the cladding and some of the other flashing. So they had to work out just to install this one window, who's going to install what and when and how you leave it and all that. So again, it was good to work it out standing around on the ground in an hour or two instead of we've got all the windows on site and now we got to figure it out.
So will that assembly, that thing that will that actually get used, or can you take it apart and put it back together?
No, these are all, so it's a window, but it's much smaller than what's actually going to be built on the building. This isn't representative of like a specific spot on the building. It just takes little pieces and we put them all together here so that we can practice.
Sequencing.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll have, the windows, we have brick masonry, we have the panel cladding system. And then on the left side where that lower roof comes in, there'll be an expansion joint. So kind of just a sampling of some critical areas that we want to work out. So another window, last week we did a water test on the windows to test how well the installation was done. So for that, you spray water on the outside, you create a vacuum on the inside, you hold that vacuum for 15 minutes and check to see if the window leaks. And in this case, neither of them leaked. Everything worked as it should. So that was a success. Turn it over to Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. So we mentioned last month all the pre-work of getting the stair cores and elevator cores full height. It took a lot of time to do all that pre-work. And the real reason we were doing that is it really accelerates what we're doing this summer. So that perfect weather window to be doing all of our decks as we go vertical. So the summer is going to be a lot of fun. I mean, we're basically about 3 weeks or so between decks. So as Lee mentioned, this Friday, we're going to be pouring level 1. So that's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of activity this Friday. We shoot for Friday pours because the nice thing is then we can use the weekend for cure time before we come into that next week, do our PT cable stressing and that sort of thing. So this summer, like I said, is going to be fun. In about 3-week increments, we're going to be going vertical. So that sequencing of form work, doing all our MEP blockouts and penetrations, all of our embeds and reinforcing steel, and then pouring those decks and columns, stressing the cables, and then stripping that shoring out and moving vertical is going to be what we're going to see as we go upwards. So level 2, 3, and roof decks are going to follow right behind pretty darn quick. So the massing of the building is really going to take shape over this summer. So that'll wrap up coming into early August, and then we're going to start sequencing in exterior framing and sheathing and getting our roof on before the weather starts to turn. I can't believe I'm talking about the weather turning before it's turned
Before it's
nice.
turned.
You're right.
Yeah.
That's how we have to think, though. So it's going to be a fun summer. So
You know, the last few years we've had a lot of smoke in the later half of the summer. Does that affect construction in any way? I mean, does concrete not set right if the air is super smoky or?
yeah, physical construction and quality, it doesn't necessarily have an impact on what we do. Our main focus is our folks. We have very prescriptive requirements for certain AQI levels. We're constantly monitoring it, checking in our morning huddles with what it's being projected at. For the most part, up to a certain level, folks can perform just fine. What we usually actually worry about more so is when we get to a certain level that requires mass, but it's also 95 degrees out. That's the real challenge. So we implement additional breaks and make sure that folks are taking time to take a water break and that sort of thing. So yeah, certainly something that we keep a pretty tight tab on. Big picture timelines, like I mentioned, topping out structure coming into end of August there, or coming into August, and then that overlap there with exterior envelope. And as soon as we are able to, and we get a roof on, we'll start on building interiors. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Once we get exterior going in a pretty good fashion, then we'll start on some of our site work, just cleaning up around the perimeter of the building, trying to take advantage of as much of late summer, early fall to get some of our prep around the building, because we're going to be looking to do some turnover stuff in the early spring. So ideally, we get as much done this late summer, early fall.
Be nice to have that ground floor enclosed, because that can be the lay down area and all, getting everything going too, because part of it's gonna be a garage.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we're still thinking August 26 as completion?
Any additional questions before we talk budget?
No?
I get to talk about numbers. Fortunately, I should say, there's kind of a boring report for you here. No major changes.
Fortunately boring.
We like boring.
Yep, boring is good. Cost to date as of the end of last week, on the second page there, 17,698,450. That equates to about 37% overall on the total budget cost to date. And that is right in line with Pence's GC billings as of the end of last week. We just got a new billing this week, but right about 35%. So it's all in line there. That is also through Pence's owner change order number 3. We'll have a couple of small ones coming up here soon, I believe. So next month, we'll have some adjustments to this with the April billing and the May billing included. So, but yeah, it's all good news, staying on track and right along with the progress in the field.
So yeah, we were in that just awkward time of escalating everything as we were trying to get this thing landed. Is it, yeah, so it's stable now, I guess is an observation what I'm seeing.
We are stable now. We meet once a week, every Wednesday afternoon. Again, we're going to meet this afternoon. We always do a check-in with Corey and his team and their subcontractors on any possible. We've always got our eye on the news about the tariffs, but so far so good. Nothing is coming down the pipe that will hit the job. So, but we're keeping a close eye on that every week.
Yeah.
Any questions on the budget?
Big
Boring is good.
Yeah, surprises. We wouldn't turn away pleasant surprises though.
That's why it's really nice to see you all like every month. Because that way, if something happens, we know about it now.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
And then you mentioned tours.
Yeah, I am interested. It's about time, yeah.
I'll reach out to all of you and we can either set up a time together or we can do individual visits, whatever works for you. So happy to.
Great. Well, showing support for the trades that are out there, making sure they're doing the best job, right now, because we're only going to do it one time here. Big capital project, and we haven't done a lot of these in a long time, so it's exciting seeing it go up.
Yeah, I'll reach out to you by email and we can look for times to set that up.
Great.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's ways of being less invasive and distracting for people, like go up in part of the existing building, look out the window, because I mean, you can see a little bit from street level, but with all the screening and stuff, it's a significant amount of my curiosity could be satisfied just by peeking, basically.
Well, and I think there's 2 or 3 of us, we can do that without being disruptive to the trades that are happy to work with Pence and Corey and Kurt, and I can put together a time to take around the center.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you very much for the update today. So as was mentioned, we're going to move one item from this afternoon to now. So item 16, Community Development Department fiscal year 25-26 work plan and deliberations. So thank you very much for being flexible.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and Board, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to receive direction from the Board of County Commissioners. This is an opportunity for the board to provide guidance and direction that will hopefully lead to the approval of the Community Development Department's fiscal year 2025-26 work plan. And as noted in your conversations today on several topics pertaining to clear and objective standards, I want to recognize that the good work that Tarek and Tanya, in addition to Will's oversight, Will Groves, the planning managers, those are topics that can be revisited by the board. I'm anticipating, and Will Groves is behind me, that will later this summer be checking in with the Board of County Commissioners to receive further direction on the projects that are listed in this work plan. Just the direction that you offered today, I do see capacity emerging in the planning division, specifically in the long range planning section. So certainly you can provide additional revisions or guidance as the work plan is constructed now. Another thought for your consideration is, I think in late July or early August at the latest, the work plan can be presented again to the board as it's currently constructed, and the board can prioritize various projects deem appropriate. Again, one item that was noted during the public hearing on May 7th was elevating a particular code amendment that pertains to state law and lot line adjustments.
Number 5, and yes, in table 3.
So I gather that our staff is going to be very nimble to be able to take advantage of that opportunity. So more than anything, I just wanted to acknowledge that this plan is fluid for a reason. We are, we recognize the importance of checking in with the board. Sometimes it can be, twice a year, just as projects work through the system and, opportunities present themselves. So I'll pause there. Hopefully that's helpful, but of course, very interested in your thoughts, your remarks. This is something that, of course, the Community Development Department does every year, and it really provides excellent guidance for the Planning Division on the projects that you deem are the most appropriate for our community.
Thoughts?
We've looked this over pretty thoroughly.
So Peter, where can we move number 5 in table 3, low priority? That's the lot line adjustment and replatting. Is there a way to move that out of the dungeon up to life?
I think if the board today wants to just elevate it as you've articulated, I think our team will take note of that and give that a priority. As mentioned during the public hearing earlier this month, this isn't a task that will consume a lot of bandwidth. And so if the board feels so compelled to note that that text amendment, that's all we need to assign that to a colleague as capacity presents itself. And again, with the clear and objective standards for Title 17, for Goal 5, obviously there's been other projects that have just been adopted. We can make that a priority, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So that's a discussion of that item specifically, but we wouldn't change the document per se today. It just sounds like.
Correct. I mean,
Yeah.
we
don't need to.
We will,
Mhm.
next time, the Community Development Department, specifically Will Groves as the planning manager, checks in with the board, that project will be elevated accordingly.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised by if there's not a PAPA that hasn't already been initiated, will be very, very close to initiation.
I think it would be helpful just to hear if there's a majority of commissioners that support elevating.
Oh, I support that.
Okay.
As it fits.
Yeah. As I look at the other items in that table there, there's just things in there to get done, but I support pulling that out and working on it. So a couple of big thoughts, coordinating with the cities. I haven't heard, I know Redmond has an urban reserve. Bend has had the rezones, and they're still kind of working through their UGB plan from years ago still. So, but there's probably a point out there in the next couple of years where all of a sudden there's going to be a flurry of activity maybe, but it's kind of quiet on that front. It feels like.
Yeah.
I think Sisters is looking for a UGB right now.
Correct. I mean, I think in short order, our department, Will's team, will coordinate with the city on a Sisters urban growth boundary amendment. As the board is well aware, you have final local decision-making authority on an urban growth boundary amendment, but there's aspects of an urban growth boundary amendment that affect our comprehensive plan, our transportation system plan, and then we need to designate the land that's ultimately brought into an urban holding zone as defined in Deschutes County Code. Concerning Redmond, there's coordination that's occurring. I don't think it's going to consume a lot of resources, but there's an effort to look at land on the east side of Redmond for potential urbanization. So there's a meeting next week that I'll be attending just to monitor that effort. In Bend, there's some special legislation that they're going to be taking advantage of to fast track another urban growth boundary amendment. They went through a process, and I think they have to take advantage of that legislation and not only identify that land, but get it adopted by the end of this calendar year. So Will is monitoring that, and so that's something that we will certainly coordinate and execute. Concerning Bend Urban Reserve area, I know that as part of the check-in with the board later this summer, we did receive some grant funding from the Department of Land Conservation Development to do some urban reserve area, I'm calling it light, to look at ways to ensure that land on the edges of our cities are developed, if they are developed in a way that's compatible with urbanization. Interestingly, my understanding is Senate Bill, I think I have the number right, 1129 passed, and the governor signed it just a few days ago. This is legislation that directs the Land Conservation and Development Commission by the end of this calendar year to do rulemaking that would provide greater clarification for cities and ultimately counties when they designate an urban reserve area to potentially discount what I'm calling committed rural residential exception areas. So think of Deschutes River Woods. It's fully developed. It's a vibrant rural residential area. It's very difficult to urbanize that area. It's expensive. So the rulemaking that LCDC is doing is to essentially account for that and make that a lower priority under the statutory priority schemes for urban reserves. I think this rulemaking will be incredibly important and ultimately will, I think, delay the urban reserve area light project that we were going to be undertaking this year until that rulemaking is completed. We need to understand how it's structured, how it works, to then determine if even some of the looking at some of those rural residential exception areas, whether that's something that really is still warranted based on that rulemaking. And just with the passage of 6 months, potentially, I think we're going to get closer, as you noted, Mr. Chairman, that the city of Bend is planning on doing an urban growth boundary amendment within, I think, the next, 18 to 24 months. And once that's achieved, they want to do a 30-year urban reserve area. So I'm giving you a long-winded response, but urban.
No, this is
reserve
all good
on
information.
the
Yeah.
Horizon, Will's team is monitoring that. I know that, I think Nicole Bardell is going to be reaching out to Angie Brewer with the Department of Land Conservation and Development this week just to check in on that. So we know it's important to the Board of County Commissioners as Bend urbanizes, as we see plan amendment zone changes occurring, or at least being proposed, being mindful of what that means for Bend's ability to grow over time.
And that Senate Bill 1129, that was Senator Broadbent's bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Just another observation, cost of construction, cost of money, supply chain. I mean, it's just been a really, really unclear environment for quite a while now. And it just, if the stars align and some of that stuff stabilizes or there's confidence to build, there's probably still a lot of development pressure or expectation around here. Not pressure per se, but it's like it's a quiet period, but it could get to be a little bit of a frenzy period too, possibly.
I think, again, this is just my perception, so take it as anecdotal, but, we're seeing steady land activity this spring in ways that we really didn't over the last 12 to 24 months. There's an application, I won't get into details, just in the event that it's controversial and finds its way up to the board, but what we're seeing an application for a school on the eastern side of Bend. And I think what this is tells me is, as there's tremendous investment happening in Bend. This has been occurring for decades, that there's what I'm calling kind of a sphere of influence. I mean, you're seeing it with applications that are currently before the board. Cascade Academy is interested in expanding the park, interested in expanding, starting with the plan amendment zone change. The Park and Recreation District has a similar application. I think as the city is growing within its borders, there's a synergy in the rural environment to explore rural development that interfaces with the urban areas. And it's not just Bend, it's Greater Tumalo. I mean, there's a lot of activity in the Tumalo community. And I think, to some extent, you're seeing that in the Sisters and even in Southern Deschutes County with a lot of single family development and investments there. So, Commissioner, for the time being, there's a lot of vibrancy happening in Deschutes County. You've heard this, I made this point during the budget committee meeting 2 weeks ago that, Central Oregon is one of the few metropolitan regions in the state that has been growing consistently over time. Time being, we're not seeing any indicators that that's changing. You just have to look at there was quite a pulse, and it was reported, I think, in some of our local media outlets, just of how active Memorial Day weekend was in this region. This is the time where, in the summer especially, we see a lot of investment, and like I said, that's happening in ways that we really haven't seen in the last 12 or 24 months. So it's exciting. Yeah.
But you saw the consumer confidence rating went up yesterday to 0.98. It went up 12.3%. Yeah, the greatest surge, since 2021. So that never really did hit it.
At least in the Bend area, there's we track what's happening in the unincorporated county more closely, but Stevens Road tract and Northeast Bend, there's a lot of houses going up. So I wouldn't necessarily characterize where we're at as slow, but do we need more housing? Yeah.
Yeah, I think from the community development department standpoint, we'll take steady.
Steady is nice.
We've got the capacity internally within our 4 divisions to meet those demands. So it's very, very encouraging as we, in just a few days, we're going to be in the month of June, which is time is just moving so quickly. But yeah, there's a lot of activity, and we're seeing it just in our lobby. And I'll just share with you, I mentioned this again at the budget committee, but it's tied into the broader work plan in terms of the code division. Our code enforcement division recently initiated what's called a preliminary code enforcement complaint. I was talking to Angie today. She looked at the research. We're getting a 75% response rate to that new program. And we'll drill deeper, and we'll get a better sense of why that's happening. But I think in part of it, spring is a vibrant time to show property from a real estate standpoint. And again, just to Commissioner Dare's point, consumer confidence is compelling, and people are more inclined to kind of address some of these code enforcement circumstances. So it's a testament to the leadership within the coordinated services and code enforcement and the interface across all our divisions. But the fact that we're seeing people so responsive is again a very encouraging outcome to a program that is relatively new.
It could be indicative of the Sting concert on Sunday night, because apparently there were so many people at that concert. Normally, a percentage don't show up, and this concert, everyone showed up plus. So, oh, so you were there with them? Oh, yes.
I saw Sherry was there, Anthony was there, Hallie was there. So yeah, there were a lot of familiar faces. So, and also, well, it was definitely a concert serving those of us who grew up under Sting. So it was had a nice vibe to it, and it ended at around 9:30, or no, excuse me, it ended around 8:45, I think.
Oh, I thought it was even later, wasn't it?
About 90 minutes, but I remember thinking, gosh, this is perfect.
Which just puts a smile on your face instead of staying up all night. Yeah.
My ears weren't ringing, so no, very enjoyable.
But
But that's a sign of maybe the audio.
Yeah.
Well, the weather was really good, so that always helps.
So I'd like to move approval of the Community Development Department's 2025 to 26 work plan as presented and recommended by the Planning Commission.
And I'll second it.
Okay, any other discussion? So a special thank you to the team. I know, people coming and going, getting some career experience, working in different areas, doing this clear and objective project, a lot of parts and pieces there. But thank you very much. This is a moment to take a kind of a big look picture at what are we going to even do in the next 6 months. And yeah, we can all check in again in the near future. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Congratulations. Thank you.
Oh,
And then I think Jen stayed because I asked her to just squeeze in one more other
Other
item
item? Okay.
right now
Yep.
before lunch.
Right before the noon hour.
Almost done.
We were way ahead of schedule.
Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. So on Tuesday, what day is it? Is it Wednesday? I don't know what day. On Tuesday, yesterday, I sent you an email letting you know that we had 2 positions come up for end of term for the Deschutes County Wolf Committee. They're all 2-year terms, except for the very beginning, we staggered 2-year terms and 3-year terms. So we had 2 members whose terms expire at the end of this week on May 31st, 2025. 1 member, Johnny Leeson, who represents the owner or manager of livestock, is interested in serving an additional term per the approval of the board. And there is I'm forgetting the name of it, the nomination letter that will be in your consent agenda next week. And then 1 member, Donna Harris, who was serving as supporter or coexistence of wolves, is unable to serve a 2nd term. And so I would like to post an opening for that open position. I've been working with HR. We have a position announcement ready to go per this conversation. And last time, the way we did the interview and application process was I received the applications, bundled them up, sent them to you guys, and then individually each commissioner rated those applications. And based on off of those ratings, we invited applicants in for one-on-one interviews. Each commissioner was paired with a member of staff and kind of did a round robin individual interviews. And then coming out of those interviews, there was recommendations for nominations for the committee. So in that email, that's what I suggested we do. And then Commissioner Chang sent an email to myself and to Nick suggesting perhaps that we include current members of the Wolf Committee who have been very active. Almost all of our members have attended every meeting. We've had many meetings over the last 2 years. So maybe bringing in some of those current serving members who know how these meetings go and kind of the time commitment and what's being asked of them, to also have them be involved in that interview process. So that will be approximately about a month out. If we're good to go to post that announcement, I can have it posted this afternoon. And I was proposing to have it open through June 23rd, and that will give us enough time to review the applications, go through whatever interview process and a nomination process. We don't expect the next Wolf Committee meeting to occur until probably mid-September-ish.
not the week of the Pendleton Roundup, please.
I will
not be
it's
here.
Not included there.
Thank you.
Jen, so the business representatives that we appointed a few months after the initial appointments, do any of those have only a 2-year term as well? And I mean, should we be anticipating, one of those terms expiring and checking with if we're going to go through a process of recruitment and interviews, should we be looking at that as well?
So their terms don't expire until December 31st of 2025. So the end of the year.
Okay.
And then after that, the next 3 positions will expire at the end of May 31st, 2026.
Okay. Yeah, I did. So I suggested that we, incorporate some of the existing committee members into the interview process. Have not have not asked any of them whether they'd be interested in doing that or not. They are all really busy people, and I very much appreciate the time that they have been willing to give to the committee. It is a great group. There are real tensions and trade-offs around these issues, and this group has been able to work together to sort those things out and to keep their eyes on the prize of trying to reduce wolf livestock conflict by adequately compensating livestock producers who experience losses, and to try to direct resources to those livestock producers so that they won't have further losses. And the group has also been committed to trying to achieve as peaceful as possible coexistence with the wolves that are increasingly coming through our area. So I really think it's a great group, and they the members of that committee really understand kind of what's necessary from a committee member to be collaborative and to seek win-win solutions. And I think that they would be really helpful in helping us find more people like that to serve in future positions. So that's my plug for asking some of the committee members to participate in the interview, the application review and interview process.
I don't mind being paired up with somebody that's currently on the board. Is that what you're envisioning?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I just want them. I want them to be involved, if they're willing to. If any of them can spare the time. Similar. You see the way we do planning commission appointments. Commissioners serve on the interview panels, and members of the committee serve on interview panels. Something like that.
I love the term win-win. The wolf was out at my neighbor's last night again. I had a text from him. Yeah, the experts said they probably wouldn't be coming back, but one of them was outside his house, and he's just right in my neighborhood. So yes, increasingly, my veterinarian had seen pictures of them out at Indian Ford, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, do you know we've got wolves out here?" And so I'm like, "Yeah, I'm incredibly aware of it." Indian Ford, of course, is at the other end of Sisters. Yeah, it's definitely what I wouldn't consider a win-win when I walk out the door at my house now.
In this
I
position,
really don't want to run into a wolf. Thank you.
this position is a kind of a coexistence definition for that
Yes,
position.
specifically the title but per ODA is supporter of wolf conservation and coexistence with wolves. So there's 7 positions on there. 2 are business reps, 2 are the supporters, and then 2 are owners or managers of livestock, and then 1 commissioner.
If we were to directly copy the planning commission process, we would ask the committee chair, but so far I haven't been able to escape serving as the committee chair, even though I keep trying to get one of the other committee members to step up. There's not like a specific one member of the committee that I think occupies that kind of officer role. But if we asked, we could even ask Donna herself, who has, filled that seat, until you're expired and until you're off the committee, could you participate? We could ask some of the other folks, one of the livestock producers, if they're willing to participate, they would have a pretty good sense of, they would have a pretty good feel for, someone who, an advocate for, coexistence with wolves and wolf conservation. Is this person going to be able to be a constructive and helpful member of the group?
Yes, constructive and helpful. I also heard from neighbors in my community that saw the elk this winter that had not seen them before in their neighborhood. Well, the elk move when they know. I mean, I saw I saw that personally in Morrow County when the elk moved out of the mountains down to next to the wheat fields because, they hadn't been there. And they move away from where the wolves are. We've got the wolves, we've got the mountain lions, and and they're all out there, and of course, they're not eating anything.
Yeah, the wolves are here. And that's why we need this committee to function really well. And, I think we should honor and respect the service of the committee members to date. We may very well have the most functional wolf committee in the state of Oregon right now. And our goal should be to recruit a new person to continue that.
Well, we're working through that process. So do you want to be paired up with a Wolf Committee member or?
Sure, why
Yeah,
not?
so, yeah, we're all fine. So
Remember, we
for
had,
me, it's,
I couldn't be on the committee. We did a toss the coin, so this is fine.
yeah, for me, it's kind of education. I mean, I'm not excited about welcoming wolves in for predator in our landscape here, but as I say, if there's resources for the operators that can, be there to mitigate, that's where my mindset is. So sounds like we all support though, the idea of engaging any member that wants to partner up with us and publishing for this position.
I will work through that process. I know the applications are coming due end of June. I know July is a very busy month schedule-wise, so I'll look for holes in the schedule and give you ample time to review those applications before we do a couple-hour window of interviews there. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll take our lunch break and then we'll reconvene at 1.
When are you gone again? I can't remember. July
Oh,
something?
yeah.
What is the dates? What are the dates?
Before the top of the hour, so we're back for our afternoon session. This is the Board of Deschutes County Board of Commissioners, 1 o'clock, Wednesday, May 28th. Item number 15, deliberations for a plan amendment and zone change for approximately 279 acres. This is deliberations.
Commissioners.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I know you all have digital copies of the decision matrix, but I brought along paper copies if anybody would like a paper copy.
I'll
of
take the large format one.
I guess I'll take it. I can sort of read this one. I read it last night. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Nathaniel Miller, Associate Planner with the Planning Division. The item before the board this afternoon are deliberations for the plan amendment and zone change for Bend Park and Recreation District. The subject property is 279 acres southeast of the city of Bend and is addressed at 60725 Arnold Market Road. As stated by the applicant, the intent of the plan amendment and zone change is for the property to be used as a future regional park. The property is currently split zoned, surface mining, and exclusive farm use, and an approval would rezone the entire property to rural residential. As you are aware, this proposal has been in process with an initial public hearing, a public hearing before the board, and a final open record period that concluded in April. The digital record is up to date and includes submittals from the applicant, staff materials, as well as public comments. During the course of the review, points of objection and concerns were raised by members of the public. Support for the applications have also been expressed. The applicant has been active in addressing public comment in the record and reaffirming that the proposal complies with the criteria for approval. Staff has written a memo in preparation for board deliberations, including a table to assist the board in decision-making. There are 6 key issue areas that require the board to determine if the applications have met the relevant criteria. At the end of today's meeting, the board will have the following options. First, move to continue board deliberations on a date to be determined, or second, close the deliberations and propose a motion to approve or deny the application and direct staff to next steps. And these possible motions are listed on the agenda request that was also included in the packet. We do have one record issue to address before the decision matrix pertaining to a public comment made by Diane Peshka. Staff understands a submittal was made on April 16th during the rebuttal phase of the open record period following the public hearing by the board. This comment is properly categorized as a rebuttal comment. However, a copy of these comments was received by staff on April 22nd during the applicant's final legal argument phase. In coordination with legal counsel, these comments are currently in the record. However, we look to the board to determine if these comments should remain in this phase as is, or if we should possibly include a note to say that these comments cannot be considered as part of the applicant's final legal argument. And to be clear, the comments made by Ms. Peshka are the same in content. And so they are there represented in the rebuttal phase where staff believes they are appropriately categorized. However, that second copy that we received on the 22nd are...
We actually got it on the 21st.
Okay, or on the 21st, okay. They are within the phase for the applicant's final legal arguments. So we would ask for board direction on these comments, just for the second set that ended up in the applicant's final legal argument.
So this is a procedural, to kind of keep a tight procedural process here.
Correct.
And you're asking us to kind of concur on where where we should think of this. Yeah, I
The
guess. I
second
didn't-
sec
yeah.
was a copy of the first.
That is correct. So it's more of a procedural issue that we need to address up front.
I want to just make it crystal clear. I don't think there's too much weight on this, but yeah, can you help me with? I mean, does it matter which way we go? I guess is kind of my thought.
Marshall, Senior Legal Counsel. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So the decision-making body has the discretion as to what to accept. You all established deadlines and established a schedule. There could be, oh, is it not on? I'm not close enough? Okay, got it. Sorry. Right. So the fact that these were received during a rebuttal period, and I understand from Nathaniel that they technically rebut something received in the first round. Again, I'm not the decision maker, so I can't tell you, how to address that. But it's your decision to leave the record open, your decision to establish those deadlines. So ultimately, it is up to you as to how to address it in the record, because we can see the timing, and we believe that the record should reflect the board's decision to accept or not to accept for consideration those comments.
So a decision for us.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, so I didn't prepare for this, so either you're gonna have to walk it through it slow again for me, or is there clarity from fellow commissioners?
I mean, out of an abundance of caution, I would say we should just disallow the second copy.
And it's still in the record where it needs to be.
Technically speaking, the same material exists underneath the rebuttal phase. It's just technically it landed in the applicant's final legal argument phase of the open record period, which is reserved exclusively for the applicant.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So it sounds like we have,
So I support that. Yeah.
Don't it-
As I say, I just
don't consider it.
making sure I was clear on that, but yeah.
Yeah.
You got it.
Necessary, yeah. I mean, yeah, procedurally appropriate to disallow it, and it's not really necessary anyway. So,
Oh, we concur on that then.
Okay,
Is that enough guidance for you on that?
I think so.
Procedural issue.
To be clear, can I add a note then, just not to be considered? Okay, so that's how
Not to
we'll
be
address
considered.
that comment. Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. If the board is ready, we can move to discuss the decision matrix.
Sure.
Okay, as mentioned, we have 6 issue areas. So starting on page 1, issue area 1. Can the surface mine zone be changed prior to the site being reclaimed under the amended reclamation plan? So this is a topic area, as Central Oregon Land Watch has argued that under Deschutes County Code 1852-200 sub A, a surface mine needs to be fully reclaimed prior to a zone change. So as the hearings officer recommendation made findings, the hearings officer found that the plan amendment zone change is not precluded by the fact that the site is not fully reclaimed, and that the conditions of approval that were included in the reclamation plan are governing, throughout the development activities. And staff concurs with the hearings officer finding on this issue.
And I agree with that.
And I do too.
yeah, I do too. From my perspective, the conditions of approval will ensure that the necessary reclamation is done on the site.
I think it was mentioned, yeah, disturbing multiple times would be more disturbing. So yeah, I support that.
Okay. Staff notes that we have 3 yeses on this issue area. Moving to issue area number 2, is the property agricultural land being predominantly class 1 through 6 soils? And this is a topic area as Central Oregon Land Watch asserts that the applicant's soil study is flawed as the property is in a partial state of reclamation. So under this finding in the hearings officer decision, or excuse me, underneath this criteria, in the hearings officer decision, the hearings officer made findings that it is not agricultural land. The applicant has submitted a site-specific soil study, which basically demonstrates that the soils are predominantly not 1 through 6 soil types. And staff concurs with the hearings officer decision on this issue.
So I agree with staff and the hearings officer. So would that be a no? Yes, may be approved?
That would be a no.
Yes.
Right. So if no, the applications may be approved. If yes, the applications may be denied.
Daniel, can you remind me, the soil survey that was completed, I mean, it covered areas that were both mined and disturbed and some areas that were not, that were not mined yet. Is that correct?
That is my understanding by a review of this soil survey itself. It looked like data points were pulled from that area, which was mined to the north, but then all throughout the property.
And the soil conditions in the not previously mined areas also were not deemed to be agricultural lands.
That is my understanding. I would probably direct you straight to the soil study itself for more specific information, but I think we're tracking together.
Even if the mined portion were reclaimed to, to a comparable condition to the unmined areas, the soils would not be, I could appreciate if reclamation would result in the area then supporting soils that would be deemed agricultural, that being a concern. But if reclaiming the area wouldn't make the area agricultural soils anyway, then I'm not too concerned about this the lack of completion of reclamation.
Okay.
So I agree with the submitted soil study, which is what the hearings officer did, which means no, that the soil is not predominantly 1 through 6.
Okay. 3 no's for issue area number 2. So moving to page number 2 and issue area number 3. Is the subject property suitable for farm use? And this is a topic area as Central Oregon Land Watch asserts that the property can be used for livestock grazing and that the property has a history of farm use. So the applicant has submitted application materials which directly address this comment. The applicant asserts that the subject property does not qualify as agricultural land with respect to ORS 215-203, and that emphasis on farm use and the element of profitability worked within the definition of farm use under statute. The applicant has also addressed the suitability factors that are associated with this rule that supports the statute as well. The hearings officer agreed with the applicant's analysis, and staff concurs with the hearings officer finding in the recommendation.
I would concur also. So this would be a no, the subject property is not suitable for farm use.
The keyword was profitability, I believe.
That is correct from the applicant's position.
Yes. So I would say no, maybe approved.
Well, this comes up pretty much every time we evaluate a rezone application. I still believe that if profitability was a criteria that had to be applied to land for it to be considered farmable, then there's a whole lot of operating farms in our region that would not be operating anymore. There's a lot of farming that is done on the margin as a labor of love, as a kind of cultural continuation. Our economy and the way our economy is set up to produce food really doesn't doesn't make it very easy for a farm, for a farm to be profitable. So I'm, I don't, I'm going to say yes on this one.
So I have 2 for no and 1 for yes. Okay. Issue area number 4 are tax lots 200 and 300 a farm unit and require conformance with OAR 660-033-0020 sub 1 sub B. And this is a topic area as Central Oregon Land Watch asserts that the properties, tax lot 200 and its neighboring property, tax lot 300, both under the same ownership, were farmed together and can be deemed to be a farm unit. The standard of profitability is not a consideration. However, if farmed correctly, the subject properties could generate a profit. The applicant's position on this is that the property is not and has not been a part of a farm unit. And the hearings officer agreed with the applicant's analysis in his recommendation. And staff concurs with the hearings officer decision.
When I look at the green circle with some water, that's taking marginal soils and trying to create something, but I don't see that they need to be a unit. They don't come together as a unit. And so I would come to the same conclusion, agreeing with the hearings officer findings. And the answer would be no, it may be approved.
I come to the same conclusion.
I don't think that the 2 properties need to be considered together. And I'm glad that that Park and Rec is maintaining farm use on one of those 2 properties.
If 3 under no. Okay, moving to page 3 and issue area number 5. Is the subject property's EFU zoning necessary to permit farm practices on tax lot 300? So this is similar to the last one. Central Oregon Land Watch asserts that agricultural production on tax lot 300 will end if the rezoning of the subject property is approved. The current EFU zoning is therefore necessary. So the applicant had submitted evidence into the record that there is no farm use on the subject property, and the property has been in mining use or post-mining use since the early 1990s. The hearings officer, in his recommendation, agreed with the applicant's analysis, and staff concurs with the hearings officer finding in his recommendation.
I agree with the hearings officer. No, it may be approved.
And I agree with the applicant's original statement there also. So I would conclude no also.
Yeah, I mean, if tax lot 200 hasn't been farmed and tax lot 300 is being farmed, I'm not. I would support the hearings officer's decision as well. Recommendation.
Okay, I have 3 under no. Issue area 6, this is the last issue area. Can the subject property be rezoned to rural residential? And this is a topic as Central Oregon Land Watch asserts that a park can be proposed on properties that are zoned EFU. Other comments argue that the zone change to rural residential allows too much flexibility and risk of residential development. The applicant's position is that they've stated that they intend to use the property for a future regional park, and the burden of proof demonstrates compliance with the necessary criteria. The hearings officer recommended approval of the application, and staff believes that the hearings officer issued a well-reasoned decision.
When we held our hearings on this application, I asked a lot of questions about what park uses would be allowed on rural residential zone property that were not allowed on EFU, and I'm comfortable with the argument that this rezone is necessary to develop the park as described by Park and Rec. So yes, I believe it can be rezoned as rural residential, but I mean, if this was a different entity that hadn't specified really clearly what their intended use of the land was, I might feel a little differently.
And I come to the conclusion that this may be approved for this rezone.
And I do the same. Wouldn't it be nice to have a regional park with 279 acres in it? I think it's excellent.
Okay, we have 3 under yes. Thank you, commissioners. At this time, if I can direct your attention to the agenda request, we have motions there listed. We can think of this as being a 2-step process with what's listed here under possible motions. And I'll go ahead and read them off for the board. At this time, the board can choose from the following options. Either A, continue its deliberations to a date and time to be scheduled, or close the deliberations and propose a motion to approve or deny the applications and direct staff to return at a later date.
Is there support for closing deliberations on this matter?
Yes.
Yes. And I support that also. Deliberations are closed.
Deliberations are closed. At this time, would the board be comfortable in making a decision whether to either approve or deny? And those would be the second step of the motions which are listed under possible motions.
So I can go ahead and make a motion.
Sure. Yeah, there's going to be.
I propose we approve the application and having staff come back at a later date with the draft decision? Or would you come back with a decision it seems like we are, except for one of the 6 items, we were pretty unanimous in approving it.
Yeah, so this is for the board to decide, and we are at an intersection. So we can either generate our own draft decision, or we can adopt the hearings officer recommendation as your decision.
Yeah, well, so yeah, we started off with the policy choice about the record, and now we're at this the other end. I hadn't thought through that one.
Okay.
Well, yeah, so I'm pretty comfortable with the hearings officer decision. I didn't see anything straying from that. And if we don't pick that today, I would support the applicant confirming that through another step in the process. So I guess it's a kind of a clock item. Do we have a little bit of time here, or?
We do. To be clear, are you?
I'm supportive of the hearings officer. I'm just kind of talking it through for us here.
Sure. Yeah. So thinking about time, I mean, we could, create a draft decision for you to review. If we adopt the hearings officer recommendation, what that would mean is that it would somewhat expedite the process, and that we would move right to first and second reading.
I've shared my concern with the hearings officer's recommendation. I would love to see that concern reflected in the final decision on this. I also don't necessarily think it's worth the staff time to produce said document. So I'm comfortable with proceeding with the hearings officer's decision.
And it's in the record in the public meeting.
Yeah.
So that's item number 2 for the motions.
Yes. Legally, is that Stephanie? I mean, okay, so if we make the motion to affirm the hearings officer's recommendation, is that the clearest step we can do at this moment in time?
Clearest step you could do at this time.
Right. I don't know if that's the right, okay, they came before us, they presented the information, they've spent a lot of time and money. And okay, so if we just go back and say, oh yes, hearings officer did it right, is that adequate?
Well, it's not up to me to determine if that's adequate. I mean, if there's an appeal to LUBA would be looking at the hearings officer's decision adopted by you three, or by the majority of the board. And then analyzing the sufficiency of the findings of fact and whether the conclusions are consistent with applicable law. So, so the question really becomes, does the board wish to adopt that, or are there additional findings that the board believes would be necessary to, if you did additional analysis of the criteria? But, deliberations went pretty quickly and, and the concurrence with the hearings officer's findings, it's a difficult question for me to answer because, ultimately,
Board's decision.
it's up to you all whether you wish to include additional findings to support your decision if it's one of approval.
We didn't really add anything, so.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
That's the basic fact.
Yes.
Okay, so move to affirm the hearing officer recommendation for the plan amendment and zone changes as the board's decision for files number 247-24-000-404-PA, comma, 247-24-000-405-ZC.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to affirm the hearings officer recommendation. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang. Yes. And Chair will vote yes also.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you very much. Got through that. Just that little bit of procedure we want to be sharp at, right?
It's always good to ask those questions.
Yeah, and think it through.
Avoid procedural pitfalls.
Always better to ask.
Correct.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you. So that was item 15. We did move item 16 to before lunch, and it was passed. So at this time, item number 17, estimated timeline to address code enforcement violations associated with county-owned property in East Redmond. We're coming back again.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management.
Good day. For the record, Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator.
All right. So in response to a code enforcement violation issued on Deschutes County property in East Redmond, last month, the board asked staff to return to provide some level of timeline around when we could potentially address the code enforcement violation. So staff took some time and went through and developed sort of a high-level timeline, which is in front of you on the agenda item. And so we've identified about 5 topics that have been basically given to us as priorities by the board to complete. That includes basically queuing up the development of 21st Street in East Redmond, queuing up and completing the development and getting operations going on managed camp, completing the lengthy list of items to complete the land exchange transaction with the Department of State Lands, in collaboration with the City of Redmond addressing 17th Street because it kind of goes over into county-owned properties because it's adjacent to it, and then also at board direction, completing the closure of the temporary safe stay area in Juniper Ridge. So those are sort of the high-level tasks that we've been given, priority to complete by the board. So the way that we kind of see this is after all of this is completed, then we could work towards doing a level of cleanup at the board's direction and also with funding for county-owned property in East Redmond. So Eric, do you have anything further to add?
No. And the goal today is just to kind of officially make a motion for possibly for abeyance of the code enforcement issue as defined by our Community Development Department. With a little bit of structure, looks like the will of the board.
Well, I did find it interesting that one is projected to take 6 months. One is projected to take 8 months. One is projected to take 9, and then another one was 3, and then one was 6 months, the last one, but none of them were 12 months. So according to the comment on this, it said, it is important for the board and public to understand that the one-year timeline does not start until items 1 through 5 below are completed, but none of these items are you projecting that are going to take 12 months. So I was just wondering, would you added an extra 3 months just to be safe?
Well, the property in question is over 1,600 acres, so I anticipate that the cleanup of that property is going to take some substantial time. Where these, like DSL property is 137 acres, the managed camp footprint's about 10 acres. The footprint for 21st Street is a few acres. So, again, we're sort of going through this and learning as we go along. And so those were our best estimates that we were able to establish at this point. And we're happy to come back as we progress through these projects and give updates and update this timeline as necessary.
So I did check with a couple of people regarding the managed camp in Redmond, and I was given November, December as two answers that may be ready for occupancy.
I think that's, I think it's, from my standpoint, it's going to take longer than that, maybe the first of the turn of the year, but we're working hard to see what we can do to get that done. We're working on the invitation to bid. I mean, we have a lot of pre-work that we're doing.
That was from Mayor Fitch and Kat Zwicker, both of, they both said that. So I thought that was, okay, so December 1st, and you're saying that's not going to get done that fast?
We don't know. Once the construction starts, we'll have a better idea. But as the working group knows, the working group includes commissioners and county staff, elected officials from the city of Redmond, and city staff. There's a lot of things that have to happen, but once the construction starts, we'll have a better timeline of the completion date. We also have to find somebody to operate the managed camp, which will be a challenge.
Well, I'll say I think that this is the appropriate and logical sequence to pursue these priority projects and then proceed with addressing the code compliance issue across the entire 1,600 acres.
So I'm supportive of moving forwards. Remember, kind of a less structured long-term visitor area has been what I've been an advocate for, and there hasn't been support. It's not on this list, but working towards just making the situation better, understanding that we can't keep going on like this. We don't want it to get worse. Let's try to get on the downhill side of this. One of my thoughts is just that community expectation that we don't allow the waste just getting crazy out there. Offensive littering is the kind of the legal term for it, but we have this cycle of somebody that wants to help somebody, and then somebody recycles something and somebody gives something, and then there's food that's donated, and then I'm out there picking up full cans, rusty cans on the ground, which I've done a few times already this year, of food that somebody thought they donated. So we just got to kind of break some cycles here, but I know we're all in this together too. It's hard to blame anybody for anything, specifically on this matter. It's just a moment in time. So I do, formalizing the abeyance for the code enforcement process and aligning ourselves a little better. But that's kind of out of this process today.
Are we ready for a motion?
Go ahead.
I'll move approval of abeyance of code enforcement violation issued on March 27th, 2025 by the Deschutes County Community Development Department associated with unincorporated areas of county-owned property in East Redmond known as map and tax lot 151-300-0000103. Hard to keep track of those zeros.
Oh, you can second it. I'm not going to.
Okay, I'll second it at this time. Well, do you have anything else to say? I mean, because
because I said this like 2 years ago. I was sitting in front of Mid-Oregon Credit Union and Sisters talking about this property, and I just feel like, you know what? We cannot afford to have any more fires, and if we are going to let those people stay out there on those 1,600 acres, we're going to have to really step it up because we've been noticed by the community that we're not we're not doing on our land what we expect other people to do on their land. So I'm really, I find it unfortunate that this has taken so long to actually respond to something that, it's been there. How many, it's been there, what, 10 years? Has it been there since 2017, 2015, where we've just let this go on? And it's actually, it's quite dangerous with, when you think we had 81 fires in Juniper that was designated, and we had a lot of issues out in Redmond. So I just think the sooner we do something out there, maybe more security out there. I don't think we can wait on the security. Is there any security out there on the 1,600 acres? Do we have anybody driving around during the day?
No, not at this time.
No,
We would be happy to do so if the board so chooses.
Well, I'm just saying, if we have another fire, people in this community are going to be so angry because we have known this is a problem for, well, ever since I got in office. Because I told you when I went back to 17th Street and all the safe parking that we've done, and to see 17th Street look like it looked, I was really horrified. So I feel like we have to step up our game, hiring some security or something, but we cannot let this continue to go on. Some kind of security out there. It's fire season.
The good news is that by taking actions 1, 2, 3, and 4, we are addressing the portion of the 1,600 acres that is closest into the city of Redmond, and addressing the sanitation concerns there, addressing the fire risk there, and addressing all of the other concerns that are connected with encampments in at least that portion, and then we can work outwards from there.
Oh, well, don't forget, in September, what was it, the 7th of 2020, we had 70-mile-an-hour winds coming from the northeast. And if we have a fire start over there, it's not going to matter that we've got this, because when the wind is blowing like that, and I remember going to a meeting after that fact, and somebody was saying, we're going to get more of those winds. Normally they come from the west, and we really haven't had another significant 70-mile-an-hour wind like we did that day. Remember when it took the Warm Springs fire over the mountain and it took out Detroit? So we have got to be on our toes. We've been warned.
Yeah, and the way that the high pressure systems and the monsoonal weather patterns for the Western United States are setting up for this year, for this summer, it is very possible that we will see some pretty strong winds driven by storms moving from southeast to northwest this summer. I think we're all very concerned about that and about the potential fire risk. And these are the things, actions 1 through 5 are the things we can do to start to address those issues.
Well, that's why I believe we need to have security out there too. I know the sheriff's office goes out there a lot, but it's clearly it's a challenging situation, and I feel like patience has been a virtue by some of the people that are that actually live out there and pay their taxes, and I feel like security would be better, because after the fact is not going to help.
So as I say, I've been promoting the long-term visitor area. There was a set of slides staff provided that kind of started to walk us down that path. Wasn't supported at this level.
These aren't visitors. These are people that are actually living on public lands that they're not visitors. They're living there illegally.
I'm just pointing out, we could have gone down a different path this last year. Remember, I spent a couple weeks camping out there in the fall and then in the spring. I got a good feel for what was going on. That was pretty much, disregarded. And then the idea was, let's make a managed camp. I sat down with, the mayor, and he said, well, the vision is we're going to try to do something by July. And then it was talking about November. And now, we hear maybe next year, maybe.
Well, he's saying November.
Yeah.
Let's hold him to it. I mean, let's step it up.
Well, and that's all
How
about
many
the
meetings? Yeah.
21st Street, being able to get off the road, in a safe fashion. So I agree. I mean, it's been the end of the rope for years out there. And, we have a code violation on ourselves, once again, just like north of Bend. So, I mean, we can have passion on the issue, but it's hard to get organized and really support an effort specifically.
Well, I just think we had better do something. Security is.
Which is
one thing.
spending more money.
Right, and if we have a fire, we'll talk about it then, right? Sometimes you have to do things in advance. I just cleaned up a bunch of trees because I felt like it's really important that we
Push
have.
back on the concept of long-term visitor area.
Right, they're not, the managed camp,
They are visitors. It's an unauthorized, long-term, unsanctioned camping. Thank you for staying here. I understand you don't have anywhere else to go, but we can't keep doing this, right? That's what we're all saying. So they're visitors. Long-term visitor area. Please sign a piece of paper. It says you can follow some rules, which will be too much for some, but then it gives us a tool to be able to organize the situation.
And the long-term visitor area was carefully considered by this body, by the city of Redmond, and there are great concerns with setting up an area for people to go and not having any structure, infrastructure, supervision, screening of people.
Yeah, that's just your.
And anything else.
That's not what I see.
Because
I mean, those
yeah,
are your
no,
words.
I'm,
you, if you set that up, and then something happens out there and we encourage people to go out there, then it is our liability.
Yeah, so there's lots of reasons why not to try it, but
There's a lot of
I would
reasons.
like to do it. But yeah, we haven't gotten there and you haven't supported me on it and you always talk you out of it. So I'm just pointing out, I had a different path that I would have taken a year ago or so. So as I say, having passion on the subject today, that's fine, but remember, we could have gone different paths. That's all I'm saying.
well, all I'm saying is I would like security.
Well, so security, as I say, no fires out there, so it's no fires currently, right? I mean, that's the rule, county-owned property, no fires.
Effective June 1st.
June 1st, it's for a few more days.
But, I mean, hopefully we're gonna get from here to there, but that was the intention there, which means enforcing the no fires rule. And then if you do start a fire or you do offensive littering, there's consequences. So, I mean, I support that. I've supported it for a long time. We haven't quite got there. Well, it's been moved and seconded. I mean, this is right where we end up when we talk about this
Was,
subject.
did we second?
I seconded it.
Yes, it was seconded. I just said I wasn't going to.
Any other discussion? Calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes,
and I'll vote yes also. So that's a official abeyance to the Community Development Department's opening of a code enforcement case on ourselves, east side of Redmond. And it happens like this every time we talk about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
so Christy, can you come back with what it would cost to have more securities? So we're doing something out there?
I think it would be helpful, Commissioner Dare, to understand what the scope would be and then.
I don't know. I believe at the temporary safe parking place, they're there 4 times a day or something. Because originally we were saying, you can't just go once, and they were going there 4 times a day. Isn't that what they're doing?
We're happy to come back with options, but I'd like to check to see if two commissioners would
I
like
mean,
that.
the temporary safe stay, the county's portion of the temporary safe stay area is a few acres. We're talking about a 1,600 acre site. If you really wanted a security patrol for the whole thing, and that is going to be exponentially more expensive.
And what's a fire cost?
Yeah.
What does a fire cost? I was told when I wanted fire free in 2020, it was going to cost the county $500,000. And I said, what does a fire cost Deschutes County? And now we know what it costs Deschutes County. We've been dealing with smoke for a couple of years rather significantly. So I just feel like we've been warned. How many fires have we had that have been started by transients? So shooting guns, whatever they're doing, they've got to know. I see we're going to be telling people, there's going to be the 90-day rules and everything. So the sooner we can tell people they need to really, no fires.
Would the majority of the board like us to come back with options for security on this property?
If you really want to see the numbers, I mean, if you can do a simple exercise,
We'd be happy.
you know, and it's not going to be just, you know, X times whatever it takes to get to 1,600 acres, because some of that stuff is way out there. And the access is not nearly as good or as fast. So
But who has a drone? Doesn't the sheriff's office use drones once in a while?
Correct.
And aren't the sheriffs out there somewhat?
And I want to be careful not to speak for the sheriff's
Right.
office, but my understanding is they don't actively patrol the area. They get calls out there, but I don't think it's part of their patrol route. That's my understanding.
Okay.
Well, we'll be happy to come back with some high-level options.
Item number 18, work session, fee for issuing transient lodging tax certificates of authority. So this is a work session. Think about what this might look like.
Is that what you put it in my? Yes, you put it in our, one's plenty,
Got it.
but thank you.
got it in the box this morning.
I know, I was like going, wow, this was very handy. Like, so we have 3,100 of these and what do we charge them?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Michelle Asaya, Transient Lodging Tax
That was the test.
Management Analyst.
Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer.
And Judy Haas, Deputy Tax Collector. So we are here today to hold a work session to discuss a potential fee for issuing the Transient Lodging Tax Certificate of Authority. Last Wednesday, May 21st, the Board of County Commissioners held a public hearing to consider adopting amendments to Deschutes County Code 4.08 relating to transient room tax. The board voted unanimously to adopt Ordinance 4.08 and will be effective September 1st, 2025. County Code 4.08.140, Section B states that when registering for a certificate of authority, registrants will be required to pay an administrative fee for the initial and renewal registrations. Today's discussion focuses on the proposed certificate of authority fee in preparation for the public hearing on June 11th, 2025 on the fiscal year 2026 county fee schedule. If approved, the fee would be effective September 1st, 2025 to align with the date of the ordinance number 2025-006. And I will turn it over to Robert to go over some analysis with you.
Great. Thank you, Michelle. So the handout you have in front of you is also the presentation that we have on the screen, but obviously on the screen, it's also very small. We just wanted to provide a summary, at a high level summary of letting you know the total administration costs to run the transient lodging tax program is about $482,000. We have laid out based on an average of 3,100 accounts that we have, and on average about 125 new registrations per year. And that means about 2,975 ongoing registrations. So we broke out 4 options for you. If we were to try to get near to the actual recovering and recouping the actual cost of service for this, there's 4 options at 100%, 75%, 50%, and down to 25%. And you can see the rate there that it would take for whether it was the initial registration and or the renewal. And again, these costs that we're proposing and for the board's consideration, it's just for the certificate of authority. It's not a business license fee. It's not, connected with community development. We'll move on to the next slide, and you will see that there are some comparables that we listed, and we'll see some differences in some of that. But we just want to lay out, this is for the certificate of authority, which the code states that in order to advertise a transient lodging facility, you need to include the certificate of authority number. And we currently issue out certificates of authority annually. However, there is currently no fee for that process.
A couple questions. Could you just repeat how many new applications we get per year? Or how
About
many?
125 per year.
And then this $482,000 number, is this just what it costs county finance to administer the TLT program, or does this also cover some of the other county costs associated with having having short-term rentals and transient lodging businesses in the county?
Good question. Thank you, Commissioner. This is just the cost within finance to administer the TRT program, which includes personnel cost, software cost, contracts with accounting firm to audit transient room providers and other miscellaneous postage handling, all the costs associated with administering the actual certificate of authority and transient lodging tax program. It does not include transfers out, administration and other departments, just within finance. So the next screen that we have is, we wanted to provide a comparison of some other counties, and we chose to look at the other recreation counties that are similar situated as we are here at Deschutes County. And we list, just for a reference, their tax rate as well. That's just always good to know as a comparison, but it has no effect on the decision that the board may potentially make today. So we listed a column for their initial registration and also a renewal. Most of the renewals are just for certificate of authority, but on the initial registration, we did make notes on some of the others that sometimes the initial registration might include another part of the process. Like the first one, part of that fee also includes a CDD approval there. And down below, on the bottom of the graph or the screen that's up there, we have other local jurisdictions that also have an initial rate and also a renewal. But some of those renewals, they don't actually have what they call a certificate of authority fee because they're not issuing a certificate of authority. We do that here for the county, but they do have a business license fee. And as you know, we don't charge a business license fee. So it's not exactly apples to apples. But in order to have a short-term rental, you do have to have a business license in those jurisdictions. So that's an overview, and you can see where I also wanted to point out, sorry, on the top graph, what is the average of these recreation counties? What is the average that they charge for the initial and for the renewal? So if you look at all of the counties, including zeros, because that's part of the average, it's $548 for the initial or $225 for the renewal. However, if you take out the zeros, so if you only look at of the counties that charge a certificate of authority fee or a registration fee, what are the averages? And you can see it's $877 for the initial and $360 for the renewal. So as you consider options today, you can compare some of those numbers to options 1, 2, 3, and 4, and just see where the board would like to go, if at any. And again, these are just 4 options, and we'll gladly entertain any other options that the board may desire. And with that, we'll open it up for the board for questions.
One of my thoughts is, what's the kind of the FTE capacity of this? As in, is there a tipping point where if we add a couple hundred, we should get more people on it? Or are you already working less than and filling up the job? Or what does that look like?
Our FTE won't change in regards to this. Michelle is dedicated as the transient lodging tax management analyst. How to get your title right.
Could you handle 124 more accounts or 125 more? That's what you do. Yeah. As I say, yeah. But I mean, are we getting close to anything there? Is my only thought.
No, it would just be additional work within the same FTE count that we have. In fact, it's adding this fee won't even, great point, thank you. We didn't mention that. It won't add administration costs. There may be maybe a little additional postage, some, additional letters going out or something. But otherwise, the software that we have will already be able to do it. People are already going online using GovOS software to register for their certificate of authority. The difference will be at the time, instead of just going and printing out
A payment screen will pop up before you, can get your certificate of authority. You have to pay the fee and it's handled behind the scenes. Of course, we may have to follow up on some of those and that'll take time, but that is one of the reasons we have the position as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to emphasize that this $482,000 cost is something we are already bearing, and we're just if I understand correctly, we're just taking it out of the transient lodging tax that we
That is correct.
collect. So that means we have $482,000 less of TLT to use for other things, and there's a lot of demand for those dollars right now. So the idea that we could charge this fee, this certificate of authority fee to the entities, that it would be appropriate to charge it to, and then have $482,000 more to work with for other purposes. I'm very supportive of. And, to be honest, there is a lot of work that happens in other departments to be able to have short-term rentals and transient lodging businesses in our community. And, I would prefer we capture even more funds to cover those costs, community development department, just to, ensuring that a property is actually eligible to have a short-term rental before we proceed. I think that would be an appropriate thing to charge the short-term rental business for. We've had that discussion before, but I mean that to me is at least an argument to look at option one on this list. And $300 with $150 renewal is a very modest fee, especially when we look at what some of the other counties around the state are charging.
Rochelle, are people renewing at the same time every year? It's all random?
Basically, a year from the time that they submitted is when it'll become due again. So every month we're getting in different volumes of renewals. And then
Okay, so that's good because I'd hate for you to say, you'd have to tell all 3,100, okay, it's due now. And, anyway,
for the year.
okay, that's nice to know for your sanity.
And if the board does decide to settle on a fee, as Michelle mentioned, it'll be on the part of the public hearing for the fee schedule process. And this particular one, just a reminder, and to restate it, wouldn't be effective till September 1st. So
Right.
if the fee schedule passes, that will give us time from June to September 1st, excuse me, to notify all of the providers and let them know about the fee so everyone will be aware, but it does come up when the renewal comes up.
That's great. That helps a lot, I would think. So, no, option one seems appropriate. It's still very, it's another tax, but it is reasonable compared to everyone else in the state, except for Baker and Wallowa, I guess. But $500,000 to get it from there. And so that means, we then would have the opportunity to put that other money back into the county.
I was going to go with option two. So I do support this system. Option two with the annual renewal of 115 instead of 113, and let ourselves grow into it a little bit. With 115, that's another $6,000 almost. So it gets us pretty far there. So, I mean, that was what I thought as I was looking at it yesterday or the day before. Option two kind of jumped out at me. This is the cost of doing business. When I see that $300 initial registration, that's an investment in getting something started there. But that's probably a night or so. I don't know what all the prices are, but I mean, it's real money. It's not chump change there. So, but I was going to propose maybe we starting with option two. But yeah, this is just, where we want to go with it.
I think option one is really more appropriate.
You want to go the whole way?
I'd like to go with option one.
If we're going to do it, we should do it with option one.
But that does show support for this process. This is going to be input to our fee schedule this year, so it'll be part of that process.
Yes.
And I did ask when we did the code package, has the Visitors Association and the industry heard about this? And they've been notified that we're starting down the process. This puts more content to it. Any thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I mentioned it at the Visit Central Oregon board meeting that we were contemplating it, but I think it's will serve everybody well to let them know for sure that it is going to be a proposal on the work session or on the fee schedule. Not just a concept, it's potentially going to become real, just so that they're aware of that, and then they can participate in the hearing if they choose to do so, or the members choose to do so.
Yeah, because as I say, that's what I want is engagement.
I was going to say, similar to the recent code amendment that we just went through, Michelle did through our system. We'll send electronic notice to everyone about the upcoming public hearing, which will include this information. So we will.
Michelle will tell everybody.
That's right.
And then, of course, we have the people that try and avoid paying it at all. So, but I know we have programs to catch them. So
I will just offer two other comments based on a conversation I had with one of the members after the meeting. One was understanding of covering our cost of service, and the proposal was, well, can you just increase the TLT to 0.1 or 0.2% to cover it? And I said, well, that's a vote by that has to be referred. And then the other question that I asked Robert specifically about was, well, hopefully you're not going to collect a fee, and Chair, you started to get at this question, that then costs you as much to administer the new fee as you're collecting. And we confirmed with Robert that would not be the case as you began to ask those questions. So I just wanted to share, those were some of the initial comments that I received from one of the members from the Visit Central Oregon Board after that meeting.
do we need
then-
a motion?
Person that has an existing certificate of authority, do they need to start off with the $300 fee? Or they're in the
Anyone
system?
that has a current certificate of authority, it'll just be the renewal fee. So it'd be if the board is going with option one, it'd be the $150 rate.
For
And there
existing
is
operators.
in the agenda, based on what I'm hearing from the board, a proposed motion number 2, and you could fill in the blank with the amounts that you would like. And yes, we would prefer a motion in order to include it on the fee schedule.
Okay, so I move approval to include a certificate of authority fee in the county fee schedule set for a public hearing on June 11th, 2025 in the amount of $300 for the initial registration and $150 for the annual renewal.
Second.
Well, we got there pretty quick. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair, Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
And as I say, I'll vote no, but I was almost there. So
Difference between 150 and 115 is.
looking out for small
Okay.
business.
Thank you, commissioners. I do appreciate the rounding as well. Your other.
Oh yeah, see, I had a negotiation right there. That was worth $6,000. Okay, item number 19, EDCO request for letter of support for the Central Oregon Innovation Hub. Thanks for coming in early. As I say, we didn't know exactly the timing on this.
We should for folks who are watching, who may not have been watching earlier, if you're here for item 20, it's not actually going to be, we're not going to do item 20 this week.
Oh yeah, so Western River Conservancy request for letter of support has been delayed at the request of the person that was, the River Conservancy itself, so we will not be doing that today.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. I'm here to introduce John Stark, EDCO CEO, and just a quick little background. As the operations and management of the Central Oregon Innovation Hub are being transferred from OSU Cascades to EDCO, EDCO will apply for a grant from Business Oregon to support this program. I'm going to turn it over to John to give further information there, and then there's a letter for your consideration that we just handed out.
Thank you, Jen. Again, for the record, I'm John Stark, CEO of Economic Development for Central Oregon. Sounds like we've been on the agenda a bit today, so thank you for your time and effort supporting our economic development work. Before you today, I didn't put together a visual aid on this because the letter serves as that. So the Central Oregon Innovation Hub has been around in concept for 2 fiscal years. The first year, 2 years ago, was an effort through a planning grant to understand the ecosystem, its gaps and opportunities for optimization. And OSU Cascades was the applicant for that and brought together the ecosystem for that conversation. Year 2, which is the current fiscal year, 24-25, was the implementation of the Innovation Hub, and the lead organization for that was Oregon State Cascades. And through that process, there was some discovery that led OSU Cascades to the fact that they thought EDCO could be a better lead organization in this effort. And so we happily picked up the torch and said, yeah, we're willing to do that. We're fully staffed today, and we do have some capacity, although should we be successful in obtaining the grant, it'll be necessary for us to hire some staff. So let me unpack this a little bit for you further. Regional innovation hubs are specifically focused on supporting the growth and development of high growth, scalable, innovation-based companies, primarily but not limited to science and technology. Oregon Inc.'s funding, so that's an oversight board that is a public-private partnership on innovation funding for Business Oregon, enhances the coordination of services and resources to maximize support for innovation-based entrepreneurs, as well as foster a culture of innovation throughout Oregon. So in this role, the primary objective, other than serving more entrepreneurs across the high desert and delivering resources to underserved communities in our region, the primary role is to optimize that ecosystem, to bring the partners together of BOW, Bend Outdoor Works, and Outdoor Accelerator, Opportunity Knox, a peer-to-peer mentoring group, as well as Cultivate Bend, a CPG, Consumer Packaged Goods Association, SBDC, EDCO, and OSU, SBDC Small Business Development Center at COCC. All of us provide services to early stage traded sector companies.
That was a lot of acronyms you just went through there.
And I actually gave you the definition for the first time ever, except for EDCO's. I expect you probably know that one. But our role here is really to bring that group together to optimize the efficiencies of the organization, solve problems within those organizations, understand what the gaps are and try and fill those gaps, and then importantly, share resources. And what I mean by that, if there's a mentor that we are using to help advise an early stage company, that would be a shared mentor across the partners. Now, there are other partners as well. So we would be, under this grant, the lead organization. We would be responsible for administration and fiscal oversight of the grant and reporting back to Business Oregon the results. Then there are stakeholder partners, and those are the ones that I mentioned. I'll use the acronyms this time: BOW, Cultivate Bend, SBDC, OSU Cascades, and of course, EDCO is the lead. And then there are other partners that also serve entrepreneurs that would still be part of the hub because they provide those services, the likes of LCA, the Latino Community Association, the Warm Springs Community Action Team are some examples of that. Other examples would be Oregon Outdoor Alliance, Embark, our other co-working spaces, and so forth, because they have entrepreneurs that they touch every day. Their primary role would be to engage the hub as needed when there's a gap that needs to be filled, that the entire ecosystem needs to be there, and also entrepreneur identification so that we can optimize and serve this. EDCO has been an organization as a sort of the concierge to services. So we don't serve all entrepreneurs, but we move those entrepreneurs to the critical and essential services that exist in our community. So no wrong door, so to speak, would be an optimization effort. And then EDCO, as lead organization, would help refer those folks, which is work that we already do. The present grant, we were responsible for being the fingers out into the rural communities with our 6 local offices. We would continue to do this under this grant. We were funded by OSU to do that work in the present grant, this current fiscal year. And so we've applied as of 8 p.m. last night for the Central Oregon Innovation Hub grant with Business Oregon. It was a short timeline. We ran with it. We're still collecting support letters because they're still relevant. But we want to make sure there's broad support, not only from those that are impacted by the success of our entrepreneur ecosystem and those entrepreneurs scaling companies, but those that already fund EDCO as well and understand a little bit about the work that we do in this region. So again, before you today is really a re-up of that support letter that you wrote May 28th. That's not right. About a year ago. and recognizing EDCO as a lead organization in terms of administration and fiscal responsibility to the grant. I think I covered it all.
That was amazing. Yeah, no, I'm real supportive of this, especially thinking about the EDCO structure for the whole Tri-County area. And I'm sure, you know, OSU Cascades is a state asset in a university setting, but just the people you have on the ground already out there is going to be really good for this. One of the thoughts I had about 20 years ago, I was working up at Lance Air, and you know, we used to call on Snowline Manufacturing. I don't know if you ever heard these guys. Are they still around?
Yep. So they're a different name, and they're
Yeah.
called Rock Tough, and you probably see their building that just got constructed up in Redmond.
Oh, good for them. But yeah, I mean, so that was contract, you know, like the reservoirs for the hydraulic or whatever in the plane and some of the different things. We'd send out projects and, you know, contract manufacturing from Lance Air. And that was a whole ecosystem, you know, that carbon fiber manufacturing. It's kind of Epic's doing a little bit of that now. But yeah, you get these moments going and it just propagates around the whole area for all the different suppliers. And so this could be really exciting. What is the next generation? Are we all going to be putting headsets on and living in an AI world, or are we going to build something? Who knows?
A little bit of both, I suspect.
Yep.
And they may be merged.
Yeah, they'll put them together. But I'm supportive of this letter.
I'm also supportive. You know, I think this is a great consortium for promoting entrepreneurialism, innovation, new business development. I did want to ask, you mentioned that kind of in the early days of this effort, there was a planning grant. Was that?
Yeah, so when Adam Krenicki was still at OSU Cascades, OSU had obtained a planning grant to research the ecosystem and look for opportunities for improvement. And that planning grant is what sort of brought together the implementation work that's happened over the last year. And that's what has identified the need to share resources, optimize the system, no wrong door, and then additionally fill gaps within the system.
Was that a Economic Development Administration planning grant or some?
So it's not. There are innovation EDA grants available. So after the 2 years, probably before that, we would start looking to that to carry it on should the Business Oregon funding not be there.
But that planning grant was from Business Oregon.
Yes.
So how much grant funding are you actually hoping to get or ask for?
So it's a maximum of $500,000 per year for 2 years under this grant application, and we applied for about $40 less than that.
Okay, 40 less.
Because we will have to hire, we'll add some capacity, we'll have some fiscal responsibility, adding some hours to our contract CFO. Then there's support work that's done by literally every position within EDCO. Plus, we want to help fund some of those partners that are providing direct services to traded sector entrepreneurs. And so we've worked through that with the support letters and kind of building out that budget for the grant. So events were coming. You've heard about the boot camps. That's a good example of rural entrepreneurship. Those are in Sisters, and there'll be more coming for, let's see, Jefferson, Crook, and Lapine.
Great.
So is there a motion of support for this?
Move approval of a letter supporting EDCO's grant application to Business Oregon for Central Oregon Innovation Hub.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and I will vote yes also.
Do you want to sign one of your copies,
I
right?
just, we're working on
You're
it.
doing, okay, great.
Efficiency experts. Thank you very much for your time, commissioners.
Great, thank you. I didn't put notes on it just for that purpose.
Enough.
Okay, well, thank you for that reminder. So the item number 20 has been postponed for today. At this time, is there other items?
This Friday, do we have, is legislative early this Friday or is it next Friday? This Friday?
8 o'clock, so not early.
Okay. It's next Friday it will be, okay.
Well, today's Wednesday after a long weekend. Thinking, yeah, what did we do last Thursday or Friday to share maybe? I had a monthly meeting with the mayor of Bend, Nick and I, and Eric King. Just kind of went through Kind of random stuff. I guess there wasn't any big item, but it was good time, good to spend a few minutes together talking. Anything to come out from that? I forget.
It was before the holiday weekend.
I know, as I say, I'm thinking, what
A little
did we do?
foggy.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, we are, but it's regularly scheduled item, so we're talking every month, so that was good.
Chair, I will. say
Only
there
is
were-
open, at least from downtown now.
Yeah, there were a couple topics we talked,
Yeah.
we talked about solid waste, franchise agreements.
Getting that done.
Service providers, and so Tim Brownell is going to organize a meeting with the haulers, cities, and county staff and team to talk about the next steps with solid waste. And they asked about the landfill. Trying to think, we coordinated on a number of topics.
Yeah. I didn't bring any notes either, so. Anything else?
I already mentioned the flags on.
Yeah, great. Oh, at 4 o'clock, so it's only 2:15.
I know, I know, it was looking kind of strange
Helicopter
outside.
coming in. Yeah, I know it is looking
I'm like
strange.
going, okay, well,
But it may be raining too.
maybe lightning.
Okay,
No, I think that's what they were saying.
any other item? Yeah.
Two other items very quickly. One is last night, well, first of all, this is the end of the Historic Preservation Month, National Historic Preservation Month. Last night I went to the History Pub put on by the Deschutes Historical Museum, and it was great. It was a great opportunity to announce the vacancy we have on the commission. So perfect timing, and thanks to Kim for coordinating the issuance of that press release today. And so for those that are watching, we have a vacancy for an at-large position, which means people can live anywhere in the county and apply for that position. The second piece I just want to highlight, given that this is the last public meeting that we'll have before our Health Services Director, Janice Garceau, retires on Friday. And I mentioned that because she's been with the county for nearly 10 years. She leads our largest county department by far, over 400 FTE, full-time equivalents, almost a third of our county employees. So I just want to take the moment to thank her for her service to the county. I'll provide other comments that are gathering to celebrate her tomorrow, and to also recognize, for those that are watching and interested and curious, we have our incoming acting Health Services Director, Holly Harris, currently Behavioral Health Director. So she'll serve in that capacity until such time that we have her position filled, which the recruitment is ongoing now. We have interviews coming up here in the weeks ahead. So I just wanted to highlight our Health Services Department for just a moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Great reminder. I would have slipped by being able to remind us that's at this meeting instead of the next one. So yeah, thank you, Janice, for what you've done for the county. Big organization, a lot of great folks there providing services for the community. And we'll go from there with the recruitment, but best wishes in retirement.
Is Holly applying for the job?
I'm not sure we can discuss
You can?
current applicants, but
That's the next.
I don't know if Eric
Yeah.
Kropp has any comments on that, because he is actually helping lead the recruitment. So he may be able to respond to your question.
Yes, this Thursday we have virtual interviews, and there were not any internal candidates.
Okay, that's an answer.
Thank you. Very helpful.
Thank you.
No internal candidates. Anything else?
Nothing else from me. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Do you have anything else? Yep. Okay. So at this time, executive session.
Okay.
The Deschutes County Board of Commissioners will now convene an executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660. The specific authorization for this executive session is ORS 192.660 subsection 2D, which allows the board to meet in order to discuss labor relations negotiations. Designated staff and the media are allowed to remain during the executive session. However, the media may only report that the board met in executive session and the identified basis for meeting in executive session. Recording devices are not permitted. No final decisions will be made, and at the conclusion, we will open the doors and invite the audience back into the room.
Okay. So the video and audio will go off for executive session. Very good. So we're out of executive session, back at our regular board meeting. Anything else for today's meeting? Please proceed as discussed. And with that, meeting adjourned.